Well, hello, how can you hear me? Using the scale from 1 to 10. So, great, I see that you can hear quite well. Let's start, dear friends. We will start our work. Nirmala, have a look. So actually everyone in the chat writes down that everything is fine with the sound. It means that there is a problem from your end. So today is the 25th of January 2020. We've done a lot, but today is only January the 25th. But actually, I have such a feeling, judging by the actions, that it is May. And I want to remind you one interesting lecture and a book which is called Seasons of Life. Seasons of Life of Many People. Well, you know, there is winter time when nature is sleeping, when there is winter time, a lot of animals such as bears fall asleep, but as soon as spring comes, they wake up and farmers start planting crops. Someone is complaining about the low sound. Can you hear me better now? Why did you put 10 then? Well, winter comes, not winter, sorry, spring comes, everything wakes up, plants develop, trees are in blossom. Then in summertime, there are some fruits on the trees. There are small cherries, sour cherries, and then there is autumn. This is the harvesting season, and then winter. So Jim Rohn's book or his lecture in the audio format, actually, I liked these Seasons of Life. And if you join Marathon 260, you will get, as a gift from me, Jim Rohn's audio 45 presentation, 5 fragments of the live mosaic, and this audio message, which is having the price of $1 million US. Well, so in the life of every person, there are such seasons as spring. Do you remember the poem of one poetist? The spring comes, the farmers start working, and sometimes spring may seen in your souls, but there are people, although there is summer outdoors, but in his or her soul there is winter. And one year, actually, people in July were enjoying their life, were having fun, but actually it was midsummer, but I felt winter in my heart. And I want to have more opportunities, more prospects ahead. I'm fed up with the business I was doing. I had a number of foodstuff warehouse, a number of food stores and shops, and then I got the opportunity. I had winter in my soul. I was looking for spring, and then the opportunity was provided to me. Someone told me about the multi-level crowd investing business. I saw these circles 10 by 10, started drawing them myself, and it was summer, August, but it was my first day, my first month of spring in my heart. So, dear friends, for some of you, although winter is outdoors, in the southern hemisphere, it is quite hot summer. In Australia, there is even drought with very heavy fires, but there are those who in their souls have spring. They are searching for opportunities, for greatest chances in their life. And if you are here and if you miss something in your life, today it is 2 p.m. Moscow time. You now are here with me, and we will start working quite soon how to bring spring to your hearts, how to become a powerful person and a financially progressive person. The first steps to the private investment. So today we have the third session. Next Saturday we will have the fourth session, and we will discuss how you can transform into financial and investment progressive person. And as I promised you at the beginning, we will have QA session. If you don't know me yet, well, by the way, let's launch the survey to find out who is the first-time comer. The first-time comer, the second-time comer, the third-time comer, the fourth-time comer. There is a survey, at least in the Russian-speaking chat, but actually you can put a number indicating so how many times you visited this webinar. Today is the third session. Nika, did I understand it correctly that this is the latest version of questions we received? The first question, which factors we need to consider for successful trading? If you mean, this is the first question asked by Prince Margaret. If you mean trading in exchange, then the most important factor for successful trading is your psychological, mental mindset, your psychological standing. Because if today a person is at a loss, he is exhausted and annoyed, and he comes to terminals and starts trading, he will lose the money. That's for sure. The second important factor is if a person doesn't have the appropriate investment philosophy or mindset, then he definitely will lose his money. I saw a lot of cases when people from $50 managed to earn 1 million in Forex market over 2-3 years. So having only $50 on hand, he managed to multiply it to 1 million. But afterwards, he started losing everything. We were sitting, I was learning from him, and actually I asked him, what you are doing? I wanted to close his PC. Actually, I watched his eyes, and he was like a wild guy. And over 15 minutes, out of his 1 million, only $50,000 remained. So this factor is very important. Another important factor when you trade is discipline and clear understanding of trading rules. Well, when I started trading, well, you know, I traded in short-term things, then medium-term, and then I even came to Krasnodar, and there was a company associated with scalping. So this is the surface. Some surface scalping is when we have a lot of transactions. But within a very short run. Our index RTS, I surveyed the technical analysis and see a signal that there will be a shot up price. I come in and immediately come out. And for scalpers, there are two buttons, entry and exit. There is one button, the first lot, lot 2, 3. So lot 1, 2, 3, they can rise, and then you take a step backwards and you lose. So the idea is the following: throughout 15 minutes, not more than 10 transactions, out of which, if one of them is loss making, you need to have an hour, at least an hour break, do some exercise, swim in the pool or at the sea coast. It depends where you are located, or take a shower. You need to distract from the terminal for at least 1 hour, because otherwise you may lose everything. And there should be a break, 3 transactions minus transactions, and out of them 2 are in plus, in surplus. Then you need, out of 5 transactions, 3 are negative and another 2 are in surplus. But out of 5 transactions, there should be at least 2 surplus transactions, which generates money. So it means that you need to have a rest for another 15 minutes. So you need to take away from the terminal, have some tea. So dear friends, here one of the most important factors is that there are rules of tough discipline. When we start talking about trading, we will invite and involve professional traders trading in crypto markets, in exchanges, so they will share their recommendations. It will be the paid services provided to the Academy of Private Investor, but nonetheless they will tell us some experience. I will share my experience, but my experience actually taught me. The question was about the factors to take into account to become a successful trader. One of the key factors is rules of tough discipline. Well, question number 2, I am a newcomer. How can I get access to this course, and which benefits will I gain? Well, access to this course, the second session of the first steps to private investor, the access was free. You can find it in our channel. For 2 weeks, it is open. It will be open for another 1 week. Afterwards, you will need to buy it. Today's session, you can watch it within the next 1 week. The benefits or the gains, it is called first steps to private investing. It depends, no matter which experience you have. Profound experience, you are a professional investor, and you either make money or lose money, but you cannot reach a sharp increase, because I talked to many traders, 20 years traders, and actually simple workers may have a better life than traders. They have less money. And then I ask them, why are you trading? Because in my understanding, a trader is a person who wears quite smart clothing, who has money. But when a trader borrows from me, then it's like nonsense. How can they be traders? They do not understand actually what 8 rules of private investors are and 5 commandments. But they are professional traders with 20 years experience. It was quite a surprise for me. Therefore, the benefit or the gain of this course, no matter which experience you have, either you are the newcomer, you can learn some knowledge how to become a multi-profile investor, not a speculator. When you invest something $1 and then you can become a professional investor. So like in 1998, 1999, I learned from many brokerage companies and learned from one guy who actually studied IPO. He took this IPO course. And when I took this IPO course, I met a person who actually since 2001 to 2008 was calling himself a professional investor. But then in 2008, he wanted to study more about IPO. He wanted to learn something more. And I asked him about his professional investing experience. He was a financialist. He worked for some financial companies, and then he realized that he would like to have his own business. He comes to a broker, asks, what you have cheap 2001, 2002, and they say, we have some shares of a company. We don't know what this company is about. The price of each share is 10 cents or 10 kopecks in Russian. And he says, I invested $1,000. 10 kopecks was not equal to 10 cents actually at that time, even less than 1 cent. So you can imagine the number of shares he managed to buy by paying 1,000. And then actually there was a growth in the capital, because afterwards, after some months after, he managed to sell them at more expensive price. So price was 10 kopecks, and afterwards it skyrocketed to 10 rubles. So 10 kopecks, and he invested $1,000, and now the price of the share is 10 rubles. If you calculated it correctly, so please calculate the capital gain. Can you do it? So make this calculation.
Well, almost, but not. There's this guy who wrote in the chat. It's 9,900%. So if we do the proper math, the capital gains was 165% per month, divided by 30, on average 5.5% per day of capital gains. And he said, look, I bought those shares and then resold them. And when the crisis hit in 2008, problems appeared, right? So he's not a professional investor. He just was on that high. He caught the hype, you know, and since the trend was quite popular, you know, sometimes there is an increasing trend, and sometimes there is a... So thank you for participating in the survey. Now I can see that we have 10% of newcomers, and I'm gonna shut it down now. So dear friends, I guess you might be interested who I am, to know who I am, so you can... unfortunately, we have Andrey's biography. You have it too. Perfect. So if you want to go on to along the path of development, investment-driven development, then I will use a simple metaphor. If you want to multiply and preserve your money, so one of the simple tasks for you is to develop the correct investment mindset. So that's why in our academy we have the basic courses intended for people to develop their correct investment-driven thinking. So hopefully I answered your question. So we have the next question. How can I believe in myself in moving forward? Well, it's all about your presets. And basically we are beings, human beings are beings of presets. What we set in our minds, that's what we're gonna have eventually. There is also a saying that what we have today are the thoughts and actions of yesterday. So if you want to change your future, you just need to, that's imperative. You need to have the correct settings by changing your mindset, by changing your thinking. So if you want to move correctly in the world of money, you need to change your attitude to money. Fortunately, or maybe for some of you, unfortunately, 90% of people in the world have this incorrect way of treating money. They think that money is evil, rich people are bad, etc. And in many movies and films, that idea, that philosophy is perpetuated, that money is evil. And another reason why they perpetuate this philosophy is that no one among the world emperors and money leaders to have rich masses to manage, because if they're poor, they're easy to manage, to lead. And if we become progressive and prosperous, and if you are progressive and prosperous, you are very hard to control and manage. And that's when the crisis of society management sets in. So that's why it's very important in the development of a human life, not just to realize and to learn how to believe in yourself. It's about changing your mindset. Change the destructive mindset towards positive mindset. So if you think that money is evil, that money is bad, then change your mind and say that money is something that brings benefits to my life. I attract money into my life. That's how you should be thinking. So my first task for you, my first assignment for you, is to listen to my meditation, Money Magnet, that I have on YouTube. There is some music, and I have, and then you can read it in your own language. We have it translated, or you can just listen to it in the morning when you wake up, and in the evening when you go to bed for 20 days. And already on the 21st days, you'll feel that your mindset will start changing. And it's not only about believing in yourself, but also believing in others. Because in order to start believing in yourself, you need to start loving yourself. And to start loving yourselves, you need to look into the mirror and say, I love people. I love myself, because that's where love starts, towards yourself, love towards your neighbor, right? So we will have a break at 3:45 or at 4 sharp. And during that break, go to your loved ones, to your dear ones, and you should put it down on paper right now. You should go to your loved ones and tell them that you love them. So put it down as your task to do during the break, okay? I'll do it myself too. Come on. Okay. Keep writing. I'm doing it myself. Look, I'm writing with my phone. I lead by example. So it's good. You can use your phone not just to make calls. You can write there stuff. You can write to whoever you want, your parents, your loved ones, anyone. And put a plus if you did it, guys. Put a plus in the chat if you wrote it already. So how do you feel? Did you feel that energy? Are you feeling it right now? That's what you should do. You should tell the people you love, your parents, your children, your spouse, that you love them. Because when you say I love you, inside you start feeling that creative energy going up. And as soon as the energy, creative energy, starts increasing, it's like a small sapling of a tree that starts growing and progressing in your life, in your personality. This is very important element. Hopefully, I managed to answer your question. Then, during the course, the first steps in private investing, you showed us a very important investment sectors. For example, you can invest in banking sector, agriculture. In order to invest, you need capital, right? So how can you invest if you don't have capital, or you have only small money? How to start business and become a millionaire? How to start a business and become millionaire? Guys, dear friends, that's what we are doing here. Because there are different questions here. So again, it's question 4. Robert Nukamani Yomi asked this question. So you showed us very important sectors in which you could invest. For example, banking, agriculture, mobile, telecommunication. How can we invest if we don't have the necessary capital or only small money? How to start a business and become a millionaire? So that's what the question from one of our viewers and listeners. Even if you don't have the starting capital, during my last session, Nika, could you please upload and give us the link to the investment portfolio that I gave during the last session? And the task was there that you have $1 million virtual dollars, and you can start learning how to invest with that 1 million virtual dollars. Okay. So someone says that I remember that I took the course of portfolio based investing, and it was a revelation for me. I was really, I thought it's insane. How can you, how easy and how transparent it became for me. I had a textbook like this. I like the book with squares in it. So, and I imagined that I have $1 million of virtual money, and I made a table because spreadsheets were not a thing back then, and I only later learned how to use it. So I made a table and I put down all the instruments that I would pick. I started looking into the stock market, banking sector, the deposits, the insurance sector, what are the instruments of investment business, etc. There were lots of different instruments that I started when I started looking into it. And I gave you that assignment too last session, but I think you mixed it up because you combined together the banking sector and agriculture. We consider agriculture within new philosophy, new economic evolution of the world philosophy, because you can help agriculture by implementing NEEW, whereas the sectors are a different thing. Sectors are something that you should look into for your investment portfolio. But in agriculture as well, there are a lot of different investment proposals. At least in Russia, I saw a number of investment proposals where you can use $100, $200 and invest them into agricultural economy and agricultural projects. There are a number of them, and they need to raise the money of private investors, so-called crowd investing. But they already had a ready business. They just needed like a couple of million of dollars, and that they started raising money to first cover their debts, to redeem their debts, and then pass over the ownership of their economy, of their project to private investors. I remember that I gave the assignment to Igor Romanenko to check it. I'm not sure he did it. Well, there might be lots of different fraudsters that use that area for their fraudulent activities. That's why you need to do your due diligence. But first, you need to learn the 8 rules of a private investor and apply them. When you start saving money, putting money aside, you already learn how to invest. Even if you don't have money, then take our table, our spreadsheet called the investment portfolio, and use the virtual money in order to learn how to invest. And the second question, yes, very good question. What should we do if we don't have lots of money? That's why CryptoUnit program was created. It's for people who don't have lots of money, but will have the opportunity to learn how to invest. And in addition, you get CryptoUnit token points. So basically, you learn and put your knowledge into practice. Also, for practice purposes, there is a game-based training, Genius of Finance. Attend those games, those trainings more often, and you will learn how to conduct a business $1 million worth. And if you use the multi-level crowd investing platform, because we have the MLM component in our CryptoUnit program, you can learn even more. And since CryptoUnit is an analog of a global investment portfolio, so even by investing small amounts, which you pay for your training, you in future will be co-owners of different projects in different companies. I gave that example on a multiple occasions. Imagine that you are studying at Harvard Harvard or Oxford, and imagine that you are studying at a financial department, and imagine that by studying there, you are also given stocks in a company. Or, for example, you are studying to become an engineer, and at the same time, you're receiving shares or stocks of Boeing company or Aeroflot. Or, for example, you're studying to become a railroad specialist expert, and you also receive the stocks of the railroad. Or if you're working to become an oil expert and you're receiving shares in a major oil company. We're the first to offer something like this. In the Academy of a Private Investor, you take courses, online, offline, trainings, and webinars. And because you study there, part of the money that you pay goes into the investment portfolio, and you receive our CryptoUnit tokens, which will points that will eventually become tokens. Okay, another question. If a person cannot put aside 10% from his salary because he has too many obligations and commitments, can we invest a smaller amount? Wellington Chapman, that was his question. I'll read this question again. If a person cannot put aside 10% from his salary because his obligations are too many, can we invest a smaller amount? Do we really have to make sacrifices to become a better class, to move to a better class? Oh, I'm going to answer your question. 10%, it doesn't matter. 10% is the main rule. Mr. Champman, look, you pay everyone every day. Let's put a plus in the chat if you already paid someone for something today, any kind of money. And if you did, tell us what for. Someone says for food, for milk, for public transportation, cab driver, for breakfast. I guess you had a breakfast in a cafe. So it is as a bill, petrol, drugs, medical drugs, legal drugs. It's pharmacies. Then you see the producers of wheat because you bought bread. Okay, then the internet because they are providing you with the internet. So you paid already someone. My question is, did you pay yourself? Mr. Champan, 10% that you should put aside is paying yourself. You can pay yourself less, 1%. Okay, you can pay 1% to yourself. But make yourself a rule that from all your income, you put aside 10%, and you will see the magic behind putting aside 10%. That's the magic behind financial growth. 10% of all income is not that big of amount of money. I guess Champan is from India. For example, you earned 1,000 rupees today. Let's assume, or you earned 1,000 rubles, or $100, or even $10, or even $1. If you earned €1 today, put aside 10 cents right away. Make this habit of putting aside from all your sources of income. But someone will say, how can I earn more? That's what we're going to talk about today. We're going to talk about the additional sources of income. But the main important rule, Mr. Chapman, if I'm Warrington Chapman, if I'm pronouncing your name Chapman, if you're pronouncing your name correctly. So 10% is a very important rule of paying yourself 10%. So please, this is the rule you should follow. Put aside 10% of your income. This is about paying yourself. Next question is Leonard van der Sluish. How can we minimize the risks in investing into different segments? Where we should look them for? I saw a lot of opportunities, where you can invest, and those companies will trade for you, and your money will grow without your participation. Very often they hack into those accounts and you lose all your investments, or your accounts get frozen. What do you think about such investments? So, Leonard, if I pronounce your name correctly, I'm talking to you. Oh, we have questions from our non-Russian speakers, because all the names are foreign here. It seems like Russian speakers do not ask questions at all. Okay, I'm going to answer your question, Leonard. How to minimize your risks. When you understand the distribution, the allocation of money across different segments, which is called balancing or even distribution of your money, and we will learn how to do it. Today, we will take an example of our strategy, of our CryptoUnit program strategy, how we do it. And in a similar way, you can do it as well. And if you say that there are companies that do the trading for you, it's like 90% risk level, 95% risk level. So if you decided that this instrument is 95%, has the level of 95%, the level of risk of 95%, but a good income potentially, there are some like trading bots as well that can give you very high income, but they're very risky too. And I remember I used bots for 10 currency pairs. 2 bots lost it all, but 8 bots gave me a very good income. So eventually, at the end of the day, I had a good result, but not all of my money was invested in those bots, trading bots. Only 5% of my capital was invested into those 10 trading bots, trading robots. The same situation is here. If you see that this is a high risk instrument, then you should invest into it just 1% of your investment capital, if it's just one project. For example, I had bots. So programmers developed an algorithm for trading bots, and I invested in 10 foreign currency pairs. And those 5% were distributed across those 10 bots. It's like 0.5% for each bot. And when at the end of the month I saw my income, I could, if I made some money out of it, I could reinvest into the same bots. But originally, I invested only 5%. So if you understand that this tool or this project has the chance, 95% chance that it's going to be a loss, then decide yourself. How do you think? What is your opinion? How much money you should invest into it? If the level of risk is 95%, how much money you should invest into a project that will yield you a good income, but the risk is 95%? Natalia says 0. Well, it might be a good answer if your strategy is not to risk anything at all. But again, if you invest 5% into a project, 5% of your investment capital into a project that can yield you 100% yield income, then maybe you should go for it, because high yield projects are almost always high risk. So it's up to you to decide how much money you're going to invest in it. But if a project has a 95% risk, then even 5% is too much. All high risk projects, I personally invested 8% tops from all my capital. And I still do until now. Maximum 8% should be invested in high risk projects. Well, 1%, 0.5% is okay. At the next session, we're going to study what a guaranteed investment portfolio is. Next question. How can we become financially independent? What are the ways? That's what we're going to look into today. Kais, you asked this question. Carrara asked a question. Why did you decide to offer people to invest, offer people across the entire world investment opportunities? Well, Karara, very good question. Why did you decide to offer people investment opportunities across the entire planet? Well, you need to understand my history of investment development, which started from 1997. I have been doing professional investing since 1997. And back in the day, I decided that with small money, it is very difficult to enter in different sectors like agriculture, movie making. It's just impossible. Even with $1 million, you cannot cover all those areas, because when you allocate them, even if you allocate across 20 instruments, it's $50,000 per instrument. Or if you allocate across 40 or 50 investment instruments, it will be what? $30,000 or $40,000 per instrument. Then but if you have $1,000 only, how can you allocate them across all the areas? Well, although in agriculture you can invest either using delivery futures, because there are delivery futures for coffee, for sugar. There are different delivery futures for bananas or thyme, different products. When we're going to look into the options and futures and bonds and stocks, we will see what delivery futures and derivatives are. That's what we're going to look into. What and SWD contracts are, because when you think you trade gold and silver, well, today they are called differently. It's not trading in gold or silver per se, or precious metals like platinum. It's about trading in futures for gold, futures for silver. And this is not delivery futures. This is futures as a derivative instrument of exchange, which of course are backed by gold and silver. There are futures for indexes, for stocks, futures for Apple shares, for Gazprom shares, and other interesting projects. There are futures for indexes themselves. We will look into what indexes are, the first echelon, the second echelon of shares. We will look into it at a later stage. But we need to understand first the fundamentals of investing. So why did I decide to help people and to enlighten people in the area of financial and investment literacy? I realized that even if you have certain knowledge back then in 2008, I had certain knowledge of analytics, financial analytics, investment analytics. Twice a year, I took part in major investment webinars and seminars. And then the crisis in 2008 hit, and I became bankrupt. It was related to the crisis in the United States, that's where it started, but then it spread across the entire world. Because, well, the United States of America is the driver of both the global growth and global decline. So they are in the driving seat. Everything starts there. And I became bankrupt back then. Even though I had knowledge. But then in 2 years and a half, in 3 years, well, it took me 2 years to realize where I was and where I wanted to go. And then I worked for a year and a half. So it's 3 years and a half, I started earning much more, and I finally solved my insolvency situation, and I started going into the green territory. I'm making a surplus. And I realized that I needed to share my knowledge in investing, both negative experience and positive experience. I went bankrupt 2 times in my life, and I know how to leave that state behind. I know how to get out of that bad situation. So and I know how to avoid that situation in future. So, dear friends, that's why I'm offering financial literacy education at the moment, because lots of people know how to earn money, but unfortunately they don't know how to preserve and multiply the money they earned. That's what I saw. Also, I took the training on the look for your calling, your purpose in life, and I realized that my calling in life was to train people, to give people knowledge about things that I'm best at. And those are the three things that I'm very good at: management, and like business management. Second, it's finance and finance management. And third, how to become a money magnet and how to make money even if you are in the red territory, even if you are showing a negative income or making losses. And third, I think what's unique about me is that I can transform information. By transforming, I mean I can convert very hard to understand information into a plain language and make people understand it. And my courses on private investing are built in such a way so that even a 7-year-old child could understand them. Because even if a 7-year-old child can understand, then adults will understand it for sure. Because I remember my friends told me when they saw my curriculum, my material, they say, Andrey, are you going to teach children? And I told him, please remember yourself in 1992, in 1997, in 2001. Remember when we went to the portfolio investment seminars, our head was literally splitting apart because we kind of understood everything, but on the other hand, we didn't understand anything. Remember, we studied diversification, risk, hedging. Remember, it was very hard for us even to pronounce those words. That's why my courses are developed in such a way as to be understandable to 7-year-old kids. So that was my original goal. And second, when I started teaching people, a lot of people wrote me that, Andrey, you have such a good knowledge of portfolio based investment. Why not create a course? Why not create a project which would allow people to put their knowledge into practice? And in 2014, that's where we wanted to create a global investment fund in order for us to be able to apply our knowledge into practice. But back then we met a very interesting person and we opened a fund to support that person, to support that project. And over the 4 years of our activities, we helped this project in the area of innovation in transportation technologies. We helped them a lot and we gave them the necessary push towards growth. And today that company is able to make very long strides on the path of their development. And we are shareholders in that company. When they finally enter the market, we will have a considerable share in their stocks. And we put all our efforts in it. A lot of people told us that we were doomed to face failure, that nothing will come of it. And where those haters are right now. They have now projects in different countries across the world. And starting on the 30th of March last year, we opened CryptoUnit program, which allows people to receive CryptoUnit points, which in essence, when our blockchain is up and running, they will have access to unlimited resources in different investment segments and investment markets. With small resources, people still get access to a huge resource, which is becoming a co-owner in all those investment projects. That's what I'm doing. I know it's my calling. This is my purpose in my life. Kalambar Elangbam Rudra says that this course will give us the necessary trading skill, will learn us how to pick the correct instrument and portfolio for future investment. Thank you. Oh, well, that was not a question. It was more a feedback. Fatoa Manase says that how can I achieve access or success during this project? Thanks to this project. Well, Fatoa, you could attend our end of the month reporting meeting and you will hear how we can achieve success. Also, I recorded a video and tomorrow you will hear it. We are starting a program called MLCI Marathon 260. This is a marathon. This is a training program for people who would like to become prosperous and successful in a very short period of time. It's called 260 because that's the duration of the training, 260 days. Before our 6-year anniversary celebration in Moscow, we're gonna have 12,000 people there. And by participating in this marathon, you will get 3 in 1. First, by paying only 500 units, you will, which is the equivalent of $500, you will be students in the training. Additionally, you will get the ticket to Avanti, which from the 1st of March will be available only to consultants. So out of our trainings, you will need to attend only 55 to be eligible to get the ticket. And those trainings are intended for progressive people, for people who would like to progressive people, for people who would like to become better tomorrow than they are today, to become better next week than they are during this week, to become better in the next months compared to how good you are during this month. Our goal is to grow together. And the motto of this training is do as I do better than we do. Do as we do better than we do. We will do this training together. It's not going to be theory. It's going to be down to earth practice. We're going to work twice a day because we have a very widespread geography. We'll have 2 trainings per day. Tomorrow or the day after, we're going to decide what time it's going to be. Mainly, it will most probably it's going to be 9, 10, or 11 a.m. Moscow time, or 17, 18, 19 hours Moscow time. It's 5, 6, or 7 p.m. So in the morning, it will be intended for the Eurasian part, for Australia, Indonesia, all those islands as well, because 10 a.m. plus 8 hours, it's going to be 6 p.m., right? And Indonesia is going to be even more later. And the evening time, Moscow time, which is 5, 6, and 7, or 8, it will be 8, 10, 11, or 12 a.m. Or 12 p.m. in Latin America or the United States. So that's why we will have 2 classes per day. And people asking me, what if I have only 2 hours per day? I have kids or I have other things to attend to. Guys, if you even have 2 hours per day to learn how to become a progressive personality, not just a leader or top leader in the multi-level crowd investing that we are offering you to become, it's the shortest way to become a financially rich person. But just to become a progressive personality, to become better than you were yesterday, for you to become better in many respects, to be more progressive in many respects, to progress in finance and investment, this is a training for you. Attend this training and together we will do unique things. Could you please post up the link to this training within this webinar, and you could go and sign up for this webinar and become a participant of this marathon.
Stanley Anyaji is asking, what is the first requirement for private investors and how can I cope with my fears when I take decision about risky investments? Stanley Anyaji, your question is very good. Well, our fears, our being scared, if I have these fears. So our fears and scaries. I'm scared to invest because I may lose, then you'd better not invest. But if you understand that there is diversification, there is portfolio, there is multi-profile diversification, and there is this risk, if you are scared and afraid and understand nothing, you'd better not invest. You'd better learn what risk is or what it means. There are a lot of trainings or courses, even free of charge, so you may learn more. But if you invest appropriately and fairly and correctly, and even in small pieces, then you will never be scared of investing. And therefore, my recommendation to everyone is to experience trading, actually, to experience some part of trading, not in large volumes. And there is actually an opportunity to be considered by us when you can actually trade in foreign exchange market. Why we plan to launch courses in trading? Because each person need to be trained more or less in this topic, because anytime you can go to the exchange, to some web services, and have a look the prices of the shares of Amazon, Sberbank, or Chinese companies, well-known, reputable companies. Why you need this? Anytime you can go there and understand the trends of trading, and you will understand the declining, the bull and the bear trends, so the declining and the rising trends. Why they are called bears? In Wall Street, you can actually take a picture next to a bull because it has horns up, whereas a bear is using its paw to put something down. And this is the reason these two trends are called as bear type and bull type. You need to understand these trends, what is going on in the market. You need to listen to the news. There are a lot of interesting things which can actually affect the situation. Last week, for instance, we talked with you about the world news, what happened throughout the week and how it can affect the situation. Well, last week I told you that there is a trend for a crisis in 2020, quite a profound, and we need to get ready. It was 2 weeks ago, actually. Last week, I learned that the USA, represented by Mr. Trump, and China, represented by their chairman, concluded a contract, and the USA will get 260 or 250 billion US dollars. And I realized that the crisis was postponed. And if in spring they enter into another agreement, there will be some additional support provided. Why did we anticipate a crisis? Because the market of the USA was financially pumped up. Even the pumping up of Apple, so its cost is 1,050 billion, its capitalization. And Amazon is reaching 1 billion, Facebook as well, Google, their capitalization going to 1 billion. And the capitalization of the market is about 1 trillion. But if you have a look at the Apple cost, realistic actual cost, it is about 150 billions, whereas the capitalization is about 1 trillion. So then the question arises, if Apple costs 150 million, why the capitalization is 1 trillion? Because financially it was pumped up by printing money in the USA. Yes, everyone was expecting a decline, and many traders actually put a stake at a decline, but the crisis didn't hit. And then I heard this news last week that Trump, together with Kim Jong-il from China, concluded a contract of 250 billion US dollars, under which China will have to pay this amount for soya to the USA, for something else. And the USA, because of this contract, will reduce the excise duties for the Chinese goods. And everything seems more or less fine. The crisis is postponed. But what happens this week? Well, what is the burning news which we received yesterday? Global news, by the way. And it has a very powerful economic impact. So can you please tell me which news did we receive yesterday? Irina Firsova, Chinese virus. Yes, 11 towns closed down because of this coronavirus. Yes, Adrian, you are right. This is the virus in China. So this is pandemia, a virus to one extent, but if we analyze the economic impacts it may have, actually it can affect the economy of China. China will not meet its obligations against the USA, and moreover, it may affect other segments and other areas as well, and may actually result in the economic crisis in the world. So you see that the news change so fast and quickly. What I told you 2 weeks ago, that quite probably the market is pumped up, which may lead to a heavy crisis in 2020. Last week, the crisis was postponed by signing these agreements, whereas this week we received a piece of news about coronavirus spreading across the globe, which may have a financial impact on the economy of China. But China is an engine of the production of commodities and goods, wholesale goods. A lot of them are produced there. What does it mean, dear friends? This is a question to you, I think. They can impose embargo on the Chinese goods. And what happens then, dear friends? I don't know. Maybe this news is fake. There will be empty shelves. There are empty shelves in China. I don't know whether it is the truth or not. If we have some people from China, please tell us about this. And there is a decline in the production. So there is some rationale for the slowdown of the economy of China, whereas China is the engine of the goods production. Because today a lot of countries may prohibit the exports, the imports of goods coming from China. And what will happen then? Under this agreement concluded, China will have, under this agreement, to buy soya from the US by paying 250 billions. But because of this situation, the supply and delivery of Chinese goods will be postponed. So this is actually, no one knows how actually it will affect the economy, and no one knows where this coronavirus, this virus comes from. Well, some people may say that so Mr. Khovratov says something, we believe him and we trust him. No, my dear friends, my intention is that you need to learn all these technologies to get better understanding of what is going on in the world. And there was another question about SWIG certificates and what to do with them. Well, SWIG certificates quite soon will be exchanged into new TNG certificates. So new TNG company will remain. So the same company with the same ID, only a new name. Well, dear friends, all the remaining questions which I have, a lot of questions I got, I will make a video where I will answer all your questions. I'm very pleased to see a lot of questions to me about these sessions of the first steps to the private investing. Actually, we are short of time and we need to move on. Today, our session is third, sectors of the investment market. We will talk about 10 main sectors of the investment business. Part 2, we will discuss types of additional income in detail. So the basics for the investment development of a personality, investment portfolios and their types, liquidity and profitability in the when you create the investment portfolio, dreams as the foundation of your investment success. New program part 4, CryptoUnit program, promotions and gifts from the Academy of Private Investors. So, dear friends, let's repeat what we learned before. We studied the first session, the harmonized model of the development of a personality, these 5 fingers. Can you please write down? There is a question whether the recording is done. Yes, it will be in YouTube. In another 2 weeks, you can actually watch it. So the only thing, the only restriction, you may not post it on your channels. You may not download and post it on your channels, only on SWIC and Academy of Private Investors channels. What does this 5 fingers mean? This is a harmonized model for the personality development. Those 5 sectors of your life you need to develop in harmony, in a balanced way. What are they? Yes, 5 sectors: health, relationships, emotions, financial development, and your mission and purpose. So the next question: what is the difference between investments and investing? Please write down what makes them different. Investing is understanding how your capital grows. Investing means understanding of how your money grows, your capital grows and multiplies, whereas investments are investing money into something with the aim to get the capital gain or additional capital. Now, please write down 8 rules of a private investor. Rule 1, Rule 2, Rule 3, up to Rule 8. Very quickly, please. Nika, can you give me the links to the chats? English speaking, Italian speaking, Spanish speaking. So he's asking to share some links with him to have a look whether you give correct answers. So 8 rules of a private investor. Rule number 1, rule number 2, rule number 3, up to rule number 8. Can I get access to our foreign speaking chats for me to follow how well you answer the questions? Well, great. I see your answers. Assets, liabilities, investments, investing, financial plans, why we need to invest, a golden rule of a private investor, training, to be trained, to get training. Well, not everyone actually answered my question, but I like your results. I look at those who actually got correct answers. Well, financial independence, assets, liabilities, commandments, rule 3, financial plans, rules 4, diversification, 5, discipline, greediness, 7, get trained. Yes, great, dear friends, you've done it correctly. So the first session, we talked about fundamental of investing, 8 rules of a private investor, financial flows. Please write down what 3 financial flows do you know. Please write down in the chat 3 types of financial flows you know. Do you remember? Rich, middle class, and poor class. Great. Now, please put a plus and write down that I transformed into a financial flow of a rich person. Do you remember what you need to transform, to move to a financial flow of a rich guy? If you moved to a financial flow of a rich guy, please write this down. I moved to this flow. Sergey, yes, no one can hear you. You will be only red. I moved to this flow of a rich guy. Now, please write down what exactly you did for this, to move to this flow of a rich person. Someone wrote down, I started investing. Yes, it's correctly because you saved 10%. When you move, the secret of this movement, you need to start saving 10% of all your incomes and follow 5 commandments of a private investor. Now, please write down 5 commandments of a private investor. Commandment 1, 3. Leonid, yes, you moved. Great. If you save even more, it's even better. But in the first year, when you develop financially, you need to save only 10% in the first year of your transforming into a financially literate person. So the 8th wonder of the world is compound interest. And please write down 5 commandments of a private investor. Please write down in the chat what you believe to be 5 commandments of a private investor. monitor your incomes and expenditures, and always learn to invest, always learn to earn more. And this time, males give more answers. Yes, 5 commandments: always save 10%, then learn to control your incomes and expenditures, protect your savings, then learn to invest and learn to earn more. Perfect, dear friends. So at our last session, we discussed levels of investors, what you need to know to make a business plan of your dream life, but please write down the levels of investors. Second session, we studied levels of investors. Please write down all the 5 levels of investors. Altogether, there are 7 actually. There is 0 level, negative level, and there are another 5 levels. So start from minus. So 0, 1 is this, negative is that one. The first level is this. Please write down all the levels of investors you know. Yes, dear friends. My camera is dead. Minus, 0, continuous, 0, amateur, smart, continuous, experienced, professional. A 0 level investor, minus, 0, amateur, experienced, professional. Great, dear friends, let's move on. And we will continue studying 10 main sectors of the investment business. Today, we will talk about the cryptocurrency market, equity market, venture market, and educational market, and which opportunities these sectors offer. Well, cryptocurrency market actually emerged and started growing since 2014, when ICO emerged, when a lot of companies received an opportunity. Well, in 2014, there was an opportunity of crowd investing, because before that there was a market of crowdfunding. But in 2014, the opportunity of crowd investing emerged, but through different platforms, different IT projects were invested. And you may invest 1 cent, but eventually you get a lot of money. And we actually studied the investments in Bitcoin in 2010 or 2009, $1 spent or invested. And how much Bitcoins cost today. And because of this growth of Bitcoin in 2014, actually in fall, I attended a training provided by one of the banks in Europe, Financial Forum, and there were 3 lectures on Bitcoin. And at that time, I asked the bankers, because I had a bank account of our company in one of the banks, and I was invited to participate. And I asked them, how you dared to accept Bitcoin? And they say, we need to catch up with the latest trends, understand what Bitcoin is. And Bitcoin is a pioneer, is the most popular cryptocurrency in the world today. And in Japan, not all of them, but Japanese banks allows to accept Bitcoin. 5 years ago, can you imagine? They said it is all nonsense. It is not what we need, actually. But now they allow this. It's quite similar to Forex, when in 2003, by the way, at the session at that financial forum in 2014, I visited. So there was one of the speakers. There were actually 3 key speakers. One of them told us what Bitcoin is, and they had a prototype of the exchange where all this is exchanged, Bitcoin into fiat money through some exchange points, and vice versa. And the second speaker, who talked about the strategy of the development of Bitcoin and mining,
what mining is all about, how to become a miner. And the third speaker, who was responsible for the maintenance of Bitcoins, said, look at the seriousness of our intentions regarding Bitcoin, and gave the data, the figures, that it turns out that Elon Musk invested into the support of liquidity of Bitcoin. Who else? One of the popular billionaires of England, Richard Branson, and other investors were mentioned. And he said, we, back in the day, in 2001, developed the technology for Forex. And today, the Bitcoin technology is developed even better than Forex. And he spoke more and more about it. And they said that Bitcoin dies only when the internet disappears on the planet. So what we can see today and why it has become an interesting area. Well, first, you invest money and the cryptocurrency price goes up. If you go and look my webinars, CryptoUnit it's called, because when I realized what Bitcoin is, it's a bubble. It's like the US dollar and other similar currencies that are simply pumped. It's like pumped with air. And you remember the crisis with real estate was being pumped in the same way. There is nothing to really back Bitcoin. And I was quite surprised, but I realized why it was growing. Because the banking sector suppresses the fiat money market. And that's why the cryptocurrencies appear and crypto projects appear. For a simple reason, because they replace the fiat money in the settlement or mutual settlement of accounts. And Bitcoin is like a unit of settlement of payment between users, among users. So we would like to create our own interchange system. And Bitcoin is like a token for mutual interchange between users. It's not even like money per se, it's a token of interchange. And there are a lot of other popular cryptocurrencies like Ethereum and other currencies, and Bitcoin does not belong to anyone actually. And you can mine Bitcoin like people mine traditionally, for gold or coal. And they say that the math behind it is very complex and you need to be a mathematician to do it. But nothing is really impossible. Where there is a will, there is a way. So you can do it as well. And the history of the cryptocurrency market goes through the second stage, as did Forex back in the day. They went through their second stage. It's the community that starts accepting it. And the multi-level business went through that stage as well until 1976, when before 1976, multi-level companies grew at an incredible pace. And from 1976 to 1979, there were court trials involving MLM companies, and Amway company was at risk back then. And they proved that they are not a financial pyramid, but a well-developing companies. And then a lot of different companies came up. So all the novelties, all new things come through this way, through these regulations. At the moment, it's regulate at the level of SEC, like the Security Exchange Commission, the banking sector, and eventually cryptocurrencies will be treated at par with all other conventional fiat money and will be accepted as payment. So I have an assignment for you guys. You need to assess and add into your investment portfolio the crypto markets that you would like to invest to. Into the sample of the investment portfolios that I uploaded last week. So please, the technical support, could you please put the link into the chat of the investment portfolio to the investment portfolio, and you should add in that investment portfolio, you should add your cryptocurrencies, and have an explanation why you would like to do it. Because in cryptocurrency markets, there are different areas. Someone can invest into a coin which is supposed to grow. Why should it grow? Nobody knows. This is one. Then you need to understand whether this project is a guaranteed. If so, you need to explain why. You should explain whether it is liquid, high liquid or not. It depends on the duration, on the term of maturity. Then the level of protection. Yeah, we have capitalization, reliability, security, and protection. So we need to show, of course, the yield, the return on investment in the market of cryptocurrencies is quite good. And lots of people came into it from the investment business. A lot of investment investors, professional investors, earned from IPOs. What they do is they pay, they buy stocks during the IPO, and then they wait for the price of those stocks to increase, and then they resell it. But recently, there are so many developments in that area, so people moved on to cryptocurrency. There were a lot of different ICOs as well, initial coin offerings, and the companies that were doing ICOs, which is very much similar to IPO. And I remember it was in 2016, mid 2017, there was a boom of it when the crypto bank was created. And I was quite surprised that $250 million were raised to create a crypto bank. We're doing UGPay right now, developing with our IT department. We thought that we're going to use the electronic currency, electronic media, but then we opted for blockchain technologies. And now we're looking for specialists. We are deciding which blockchain we're going to use, but it will cost us maximum, with all the salaries and wages of our specialists, at $10-15 million tops. It's even like an over-exaggerated amount. That's the amount of money that's gonna cost them. But 250 millions were raised for the crypto bank, and it has never been eventually developed, created. So I met ICO specialists, and they said, we're creating this thing, this feature, and they raised like $10 million. They bought themselves a Ferrari. They worked in Moscow City, where we're having our office, and they rented an expensive office. But then when they had to report to their investors and had to show what they did, I remember when we just opened our CryptoUnit program, those crypto exchanges representatives came to us, and they said, this is like, and our specialist said it would cost $250,000, and they wanted like $10 million, and they'd even asked more, like 50, I think, and say buy our exchange. But it was all like empty talk, because in Russian they say like rake in water, because if you rake water, nothing comes of it, right? So cryptocurrency market came in to stay for good, and now it's being supported more and more by the states, and it's a very good thing to use blockchain technologies for just a simple reason. Just imagine that all the trading transactions, there are companies, trading companies, and they say, look at our history log, at our success history, and they can invent any history they want just to get the investors' money. But imagine if all their revenue, all their transactions are entered into blockchain, and you can openly see all their transactions over the last 10 years, because you cannot delete nothing from blockchain. Imagine there are a lot of different multi-level companies, and I worked in such companies as well. I worked in similar business, multi-level business, and they simply cut me off because the manager, the CEO of the company decided. But if that company was in blockchain, I would never be cut off, and I would still receive my bonuses from my client base. And those were quite hefty bonuses, quite big bonuses, believe you me. So blockchain technologies offer unique technologies, but there are technologies that can help us create a completely new market. And the blockchain technology can create a totally new environment, both in terms of generating cash flow and receiving income. So our home task for you is to allocate your 1 million virtual dollars across different investment instruments, and you need also to pick among those investment instruments cryptocurrency markets. From the 15th of January 2020, we moved on to blockchain, and all token points in your back offices now have become tokens. For now, within our closed club environment, we're showing you that, look, we promise to issue 80 billion, to migrate 80 billion tokens to blockchain. Here you are, they are in Ethereum as well, and all your tokens and crews are there. You can go into your back office and have a look. This is stage one in order for us to enter the cryptocurrency market later. Stage two will be the entry of our crypto token and the deblocking of we had this lockup right now. We'll have the deblocking, the release of tokens, and those who will attend the meeting on the 1st of February will know when the deblocking starts and what are the conditions and terms of deblocking and what you can do with the deblocked or released tokens that you have. This is stage two. As for stage three, it's the creation of our own blockchain and our own coin based on that blockchain. We're gonna decide what kind of coin it's going to be. Now we're preparing all the documents for it. We have a very good legal department. We are working with an international legal department, which is a member of the United States Guild of Lawyers, attorneys, and we have lots of news. We're gonna deliver them all at the meeting on the 1st of February. We have news in terms of our legal development, what kind of companies we have. We're gonna open a company in the United States to ensure the transparency of our work in the United States and in the American continent, both North and South Americas and the Central America as well. And what kind of opportunities we are preparing for people who linked their lives, their destiny with ours in 2014 when we are called SWIG until now. So from the 15th of January, all the information is now safeguarded against unintentional manipulation or deleting, because there are people who were saying, like Khovratov and Korsun, can manipulate all that data, can interfere. No, we cannot. Now it's all in blockchain and it's untouchable to anyone. Now your information is 100% protected, and let me congratulate you on that fact. So let's talk about the crypto venture market. I'm sorry, the slides are not changed yet, but they will. So the venture market is about equity participation as well. So let's take a look at different examples in the area of venture market. Apple, back in 1974, was created. You needed to invest $8,000. Today, the capitalization of Apple is 1 trillion. Of course, it is too bloated, in my opinion, but this is the market value. In 1998, in Google, investment in Google was $100,000, and the capitalization of 2019 is 980 billion. So you can see yourself the company growth per month. Facebook, in 2003, investment in the company equaled $25,000, and the capitalization of the company in 2019 is almost $1 trillion. Actually, it says what, 525 billion. WhatsApp, another company, 250,000 initial investment, and then Facebook buys WhatsApp for 16 billion. Then crowdfunding, public funding appeared for Oculus Rift. They raised more than 1 million in one day, and they needed only, I think, $900,000. And 2 years later, Facebook company bought out Oculus Rift for $4 billion, 2 billion in money and 2 billion in Facebook shares. And many people back then were indignated. They say, instead of getting 300 worth of Oculus Rift glasses, why don't you give us Facebook stocks? And another project is crowd investing of innovative transportation technologies. We supported that company. We did the promotion. Over 500,000 people worldwide supported this technology today. And the capitalization of that company that we supported back in 2014, in 2018 was more than $5 billion in main assets. Now it is even more. And these transportation systems already up and running. There are videos of it. We were the first passengers in that transportation. So this is one of the areas that you should look into and add into your portfolios. And this is the most successful venture capitalist that invested in early 2000. But why? What is peculiar and what is unique about crowdfunding? Back then, the information was quite closed. And today, using blockchain, if you issue a token, you can address investors directly. And through the internet, you can get very good feedback and with different options to support that project. That's why crowdfunding today is not like high return, but it's quite productive. And as I told you, venture market is about equity participation, which if you invest in equity today to support the project, you will have a share in future in that project. But there is also equity participation for us to attract investment, where each investor contributes a feasible for him share of money. There are different companies out there, and the new consumer with the new NEEW N-E-E-W consumer society, you can become co-owners of highly profitable businesses. And our goal is to create a crowdfunding platform that will use the multi-level network this year. There are different platforms like in London, but we're talking about the regulation of the legal side of crowdfunding platform. In Russia, they adopted a law on crowdfunding. You can work legally in that area since January the 1st, and we're approaching that area. So now our focus, our priority is blockchain and everything else. And our second priority, well, I'm sorry, I have to take this call. Just give me a second. So, dear friends, equity participation. Why we plan to have a crowdfunding platform? It will be for now in Russia, at the level of Russia. Then we will look into the our options in the United States, and then we'll create a global, unified global crowdfunding platform meeting the requirements of all the regulators. But our advantage will be that we will create our platform with the opportunity to connect it to the multi-level network. There are no at the moment there are no crowdfunding platforms in the world with the multi-level networking component in it, and it will be another investment project as well. Franchising. Franchise is a business creation tool which creates a business using the knowledge, experience, name, and system of a company that already operates in the market. It's many managers and people who work elsewhere. They sometimes dream of buying a franchise and receiving a passive income. So, like, you buy it and then you can receive certain percentage or a certain fee from the operations share from the operations of that business. So, dear friends, you know, our CryptoUnit program entered into an agreement with Sushi Master franchise. So we have a lot of applications from South Africa, Vietnam, India, and in April we are going to scrutinize all those proposals, and we will have the opportunity to invest into Sushi Master franchises in those countries if you have the necessary personnel there. Also, in March, April, we're launching the franchise for Genius of Finance. You can become the franchise owner, Genius of Finance franchise owner, and earn money from it. There will be different options. There will be a expensive version, and there will be a mass market version. They will bring me the box versions of that game, and it will not only about selling the game itself, but it's also the technology, the technique of game-based training, where you can conduct certain business. You receive the right to do it, and the goal here is to introduce the game Genius of Finance into the masses. The task is for people to be able to at least once a month to get together. Instead of going and have a beer, they could play Genius of Finance and develop their investment-driven thinking together with their friends, family members, etc. And those people who are going to buy the franchise, the estimated income can be from $1,000 to $5,000 per month. If you buy the franchise at the region level, this was about the city level. So if you're buying a franchise at the regional level, the estimated income can be from $3,000 to $10,000 per month. And if you buy the country level franchise, the estimated income will be from $5,000 to $50,000 per month with our franchise Genius of Finance that we're now developing. And this will be a very good entry point to our community or consumer community, new economic evolution of the world. And the third market that I would like to discuss with you today, well, the first one, it was the cryptocurrency market, then equity participation in different businesses for the development of the business, and the education market. Well, the education market, dear friends, there are different huge number of offers and training projects. Educational companies now trade in NASDAQ and New York Stock Exchange. We're talking about alternative education techniques because they are served with a different source, let's say. And there are a huge number of such companies. So my question my assignment for you would be to identify what kind of financial investment instruments are there in the education market, to see whether it is guaranteed or not. And you should do the same for all other previous markets, the foreign cryptocurrency market and equity participation. In Russia, we opened the Academy of Private Investor. Now we're going to have it in London, and then we're going to have it, we're obtaining the license, and then we will obtain the Academy of Private Investment license in the United States. And you will be able to attend trainings. We will have trainings on the investment consultancy, and also we will have master course on multi-level business management. Then also the multi-level crowd investing management. Also, you can become a master, have the degree the degree of master in multi-level crowd investing management, and you can be an investment consultant and an investment manager. So those are the courses that will be part of the Academy of Private Investor curriculum. And why would we want to have it in the United States? Because if we work for 3-5 years and if we are able to show certain income and prove that we are able to operate, that we've been operating for 3-5 years, we will be able to launch the IPO and enter NASDAQ. So guys, you will need to look into cryptocurrency market, equity market, and education market. You will have to fill in that table in terms of how profitable you think the project is, what are the risks, whether the projects that you look into are high liquidity or low liquidity, the capitalization of a possible capitalization of that project. You can compare it with previous similar projects, reliability, security, and prospecting. Now we're gonna have a small break, and then we'll look into sources of additional income. So now we're gonna have a 10-minute break, even 15-minute break until 16:10. So at 4:10 p.m. we resume, okay?
It starts with doesn't even matter. I had to go to lose it all. In the end, it doesn't even matter. All I know.
1, 2, 3, dear friends, we are starting. How can you hear me? Great. Can you hear me well? We had some tea, coffee. I didn't finish my tea yet. I will sip it sometimes. No, thank you. I have a question. Last week you received a homework. Then we discussed the banking sector. We discussed the banking sector, dear friends. And I ask you to go and have a look which instruments there are available. And I ask you, if you went to the bank and learned from the bank which instruments, banking instruments the banks offer, what instruments the insurance industry offers, and the stock market, which instruments the stock market offers, and the foreign exchange instruments as well. Please put a plus if you did this task, if you go and if you learned about these instruments. If you did this, please write down those financial instruments the banking sector can offer, and you would like to put them into your portfolio. Deposit. What else does the banking industry offer? Bonds, mutual funds, insurance. These are the answers in the Russian-speaking chat. Trading. Please write down. Again, Andrey is reading. Bonds, ETF. Did the bank offer you robots? A trust fund? Now we are talking about the banking industry. Deposits, bonds, and insurance program. Which type of insurance program did they offer you? Did they propose to you? 2% deposit. Is it either in the national currency or in the foreign currency? Coins, precious coins. A card for 100 days, a credit card, a free interest rate credit card. Dear friends, please write this down. Never use for investment purposes the money you take on a loan. So use for investments only those savings you have. In the first year, I told you to save at least 10%, then 20%, the third year, 30%. Please write down after your analysis of the instruments available, please write down those instruments you decided to accept into your plan. If they are bonds, what is the interest rate? If you get a gold or silver coin, if it is gold coin, the price will increase if you buy the gold coin as such. So if you selected to make some deposits, then the interest rate. There is a person saying that a credit card could be interest-free, but remember, I once told you, so you are prohibited to use loans for investing. Angelica is saying, for investment. Angelica is saying, I don't trust banks. Bonds of 8% interest rate per annum. Alex, there is another instrument mentioned, tokens. Does the bank offer tokens? Well, look, I gave you the specific home task to go to a bank and find out from a bank which financial instruments the banks offer. I gave you this task. I do understand that you may not trust banks, but actually I instructed you to do this task and you should have done this. Coin, Prism, Paramining. Did the bank offer this? Coin, Prism, Paramining. Someone says that the bank doesn't offer any benefits for her. Then I have another question. Did you go to some insurance funds? And if you went to the bank, do we have those who received a proposal about making investments through the stock market? Because the bank you came to is an actor on the stock market. A deposit in the Belarusian rubles with an interest rate of 10% with the possibility to get a vehicle, to get a car as a gift in a lottery. So we discussed the banking sector, the insurance sector, and the stock market sector. Some people say, I don't go to banks. Recently, I received a passport of Russian passport. I'm now a Russian citizen, and the banks, VTB Bank in Russia, for instance, can enter the stock market, buy some shares, futures, through the Moscow Stock Exchange. There is Alpha Bank in Russia, Alpha Capital, mutual funds are offered. And you know that in the Russian market, we invest into the mutual funds with on average 2 to 4% earning. There is a decline in the exchange rate of the Russian ruble, and the US dollar goes up, and we make our earning on it. And if you remember my first session of 8 rules of wealth, where I showed you the Russian market and how it grew up throughout 20 years, today the Russian market is under-evaluated, that's for sure. And now the US market, nice NASDAQ, there is a fast growth, almost 100% growth recently. And the reason I asked Igor Romanenko, he will give this report. So in summer, actually, we got some advice from the consultant, and actually at that time we failed to enter the market. But if we should, but in case we have done this, then we will receive 100% growth in the portfolio. But the Russian market until July, there will be a profound growth trend, although we receive some negative news from China, although in Russia, because in Russia, a lot of goods in Russia from there as well, and it will push both the USA, the Russian market, to set up their own production businesses. Because of this coronavirus emerging in China, it shows up that it's not possible that there is only one country which is the largest wholesale producer, the global wholesale producer, because in case of some hiccups, some failures, so it may have some negative impact on the whole globe. And therefore, other countries, particularly the USA, will catch up, saying that we will restore our production. And actually, after the sanctions were imposed on Russia, Russia started to do the same thing. But do you know why the Indian economy is unique? The uniqueness of the Indian economy is that because the economy of India mostly is dependent on the internal consumption. The higher the internal consumption is, the faster and larger the economic growth will be. Whereas the economy of China is dependent on the external foreign consumption. So the larger they sell out, the larger the economic growth in China is. But India, it works less for the exports rather than internal domestic consumption. Therefore, when in 1998 I was in India, actually I said at that time that one day India will prosper, because the Soviet Union, the only country at that time who was not dependent or free from the foreign consumption, external consumption. In the 1980s, when Brezhnev ruled, actually there was a contract for the supply of oil, not on terms of the quantity, not under the terms of price, but on the quantities. So at that time, there was a sharp reduction in the prices of crude oil, and the Soviet Union entered into the agreement that the Soviet Union will supply oil in quantities, not in the prices. And therefore, there was a decline in the economy, and it deteriorated the economic situation in the country. There was an economic decline, and it resulted in the collapse of the Soviet Union. But when in 2008 I was in India, and when I realized that to most extent, Indian economy is not dependent on the external factors, but the more the population consumes, the more powerful or stronger the economic growth of the country is. And there is this boom of economic growth in India because it is free of external factors, unlike many other countries which are dependent on the production of commodities in China. And because of this negative news, there is a risk of under receipt of commodities and goods. And by the way, China is followed by Turkey, another key supplier, and the demand for Turkish goods and commodities will increase. And in terms of the Turkish market quite probably will develop and grow. Like in early 90s, the Turkish market penetrated the market of the former Soviet Union. There were large inflows of goods from Turkey, and quite soon we may face the second wave of the Turkish market growth. Therefore, we need to have a look at the trends in Turkey and which companies will get more powerful. Dear friends, well, to conclude, if you want to develop financially, first of all, it's not a difficult task. Secondly, you need to carry out those assignments I give you. If I give you a home task to go to a bank and find out which financial instruments they offer, actually, you should have done this. Well, before that, there were 3 instruments, now another 4, and altogether you will have 4 instruments. Last week, you had to go to a bank or phone a manager, bank manager, and learn from him. Now you have another 4 sectors added up. Therefore, please put a plus in a chat if you want to cooperate with the banking sector, with the insurance sector, stock markets, because through a bank you can actually get access to the stock market. So now I'm a Russian citizen and I will work with them. The foreign currency markets. In Europe, every bank offers forex trading. In the US, there are some laws because any bank is a participant of the stock market or the commodity exchange. Well, look, now we have the shared participation, mutual funds, the crypto market, cryptocurrency market, and the educational market. Therefore, I'm really looking forward to your performing your home tasks. I'm not giving you any grades. The grade, you will receive it from your life, but it includes your education, your intelligence, your competencies, your skills. And where can you get this competence from? From taking a lot of actions. Well, there were some other questions asked. I received a question. I'm short of money and I cannot save up another, I cannot save 10%. Let's discuss the 8 sources of additional income. So 8 sources of additional, 7 sources of additional income. Traditional entrepreneurship and self-employment. How are they different? Well, there are self-employed persons with the limited revenues. They receive some discounts and a simplified scheme of taxation and declaration submission. The third source is referral entrepreneurship, MLM entrepreneurship, internet entrepreneurship, trading entrepreneurship. It means trading in stock, cryptocurrency, and foreign exchange markets, info business, and multi-level crowd investing entrepreneurship. Now let's detail all these 8 sources specifically for those who today cannot save 10% of all the incomes. Actually, you must learn how to do it. But additional incomes, from your additional incomes, you can save 20, 30%. Did you get it? Well, traditional entrepreneurship mostly means trade, different services, real estate agents, franchises, and etc. For instance, you open a selling point in a market or some service station, maintenance station. So the pros, you are independent in decision making. I don't know how it goes in the Western states, in the US or Latin America, Africa, India, I don't know your context, but after the breakdown of the Soviet Union, a lot of people were employed, and in addition, they also had some entrepreneurship business. In early 90s, myself, went to Turkey, bought some goods there by aircrafts, bought some goods for 10,000 US dollars. Then I came back, and over the weekend I sold out, and again coming back to Turkey. So you may eventually get, because actually the difference was 1 to 3. You buy huge. So in 90s I had huge profits from Turkey. So some people from Turkey brought fur coats, some other leather jackets, but at that time I wanted to get some seed money to start my business, and I dreamt that I will earn money and would go to Turkey, bring goods from there and resell it here. And this way, the first time I went to Turkey, I purchased some fur coats and etc. And then I met one guy, and he told me, Andrey, I bring from there the stuff I make a lot of earnings on. We were not competitors because we were living in different countries, in different towns. And as soon as he realized that we are not competitors, he said, I buy some women's shoes, high-heeled and high shoes, boots actually, by paying 10 US dollars. And also he brought some children's clothes, and when he brought it here, so the prices skyrocketed. And these boots, these high boots, actually the selling price was 10 US dollars, but since my town was smaller, so actually they sold out at 50 US dollars. Over weekends I could sell out everything. And now I know people tend to go to China, buy from China quite similarly, but because of this pandemic situation, well, you know, we are coming back to China again, you know. On the 23rd, I received news from China, but on the 21st, there was a series about some virus pandemic. Quite an interesting coincidence, by the way. Although it's not coincidence at all, I'm sure. But the scenes in the series are quite similar. So therefore, we may see it in reality in China. Therefore, there will be quite difficult to deal with China, and quite probably the Turkey will rally. Their prices will rally. And by the way, the prices in Turkey are higher than in China, but not in terms of quality. So the quality of Turkey is higher as well. The reason I'm saying this is that many people I talked to and I recommended to buy these women's shoes and boots. Actually, he was employed by a plant. He was one of the bosses at a plant. And then he arranged a business trip to Turkey. He flew to Turkey and it was a business trip, and he received his per diem. And over weekends, he sold this stuff. And it took him 1 year to construct a house and a car. And in Russia and CIS countries, there are a lot of people who are officially employed, but in addition, they run their small size businesses.
So what are the downsides of it all? You need, or the cons, you need big startup capital, or you need to rent premises to put up your cart or to put up your tent. You need like at least, let me recall how much it was in the 1990s. I remember there was this friend who bought batteries and then resold those batteries at 5 times the price. Or the sunglasses, like, and in his region, in his small town, he sold them at a higher cost than the wholesale price that he bought. And during the weekdays, he worked in a mine. So yeah, the cons are that you need some kind of a big startup capital, and it can be from $1,000 to $25,000. Then you can need constant financial inflow investments for business expansion. Put a plus those of you who did some business before, and you must agree that if you wanted to earn more, you needed to make more, because you could find a niche which you could give you lots of money, which would help you make a lot of money. And in China, there are a lot of projects with China that you can still make lots of projects, but for your business expansion, you need major financial investments. Third, lots of regulatory and controlling organizations. You need to receive permits and licenses from them all. And this is also competition. For example, for you to import any kind of goods, if you do it and then your neighbors will see it at once, you know, this velvet children's clothes, it was for small kids or medium-aged kids, and I sold that velvet clothes for a month, and 1 month later I was a unique seller of this, and then 1 month later my competitors had the same type of clothing. So the competition came up immediately. You constantly need to come up with new goods, new ideas. Another con is that business requires ongoing involvement. Sometimes you think, I set up a business and then I'll just receive a return on my investment. No. I know that a friend of mine who bought a franchise, but he started from small. You know, he sold like peanuts or the marmalade, etc. Like stuff like this. He bought a cart, you know, and then he owned the cart, and if he uses that cart to sell candies and nuts, if he did it himself, he made $1,000. If he employed someone else, then he made only $100, $200, made because of petty theft or unfair employees. I don't know. Also, there are sometimes when you go on vacation, business will catch up with you. Even if you're having a rest, your employees will call you and say, look, the fridge is not working, and then you have arranged the maintenance crew to come in, etc., etc. It's a lot of headache. I know also that my a friend of mine had his retail shop burned down because of the short circuit. And there are still some extortion practices going on as well. And I was surprised that still extortion is a thing. Even in the United States, our Russian expats say that if they try and open a business in the United States, the Russian mafia comes and tries to extort you. And I was surprised that in the 21st century, extortion is still exists. And it turns out that on the internet, extortion exists. And you know, a person tried to extort me, and I tried to arrange an offline meeting with that person and have a face-to-face chat, like have a coffee. Of course, he didn't show up. Also, but again, traditional entrepreneurship can serve as an additional source of income for you. Then
self-employment, the next source of income. For example, you can be a babysitter, you can be a tutor, a coach for someone else's kids. You can help kids with math. You know, you can be a PT trainer. You can be a tailor. You can be a sewing machine operator. There are lots of different options out there. And I remember my kid was 1.5 years, and he liked this cartoon Masha called, and then he grew out of it. But you know, there are people who write music, you know, make cartoons, and there are a lot of self-employed people who know how to use their skills, and they work for themselves. You know, this is one of the pros, then independence in their own decision making. And then among the downsides is the income depends on work, no income. The second downside is that there is an income threshold, you know, so like glass ceiling, that human resources are limited here, you know. And then inability to expand your business. If you are self-employed, well, there is some room for expansion. You know, you can become info businessman. Then you'll have self-employed people under your employ. You will manage them, and you will expand or promote your brand, develop your brand. And like there are people who have like copywriters or ad writers in Yandex, Google, and those people receive money. It's like a passive income. But again, if you don't make new videos every day, if you do not support your own channels, that you won't have visits, clicks, and you won't be paid for ads in that channel. So there is little room for expansion. Next, Alexander asked me, I'm gonna answer you right away. He says, Andrey, I have a question. Why should we invest in different other assets? Because right now CryptoUnit is sold at a very cheap price. Yes, you can make a profit from CryptoUnit program and receive a bonus, especially in January. Within the marketing plan, you'll receive 100% bonus. This is quite a good opportunity. Dear friends, my purpose, the way I see it, is for every person to be independent. And CryptoUnit is just one of the areas in your global investment portfolio.
just one project. I would like you to be, yes, when you come here and receive knowledge, you will already have an instrument based on practice that will be at your disposal. But please understand, there is a saying: when I can cook for you and you can eat my meal, but I would like you to learn from me first how to make the fishing rod, then to pick your own fishing spot. And even if there is no fish there, you will learn how to attract fish there, then to learn how to fish, then to learn how to catch, and then to learn how to cook that fish. For now, we're giving you the ready meal. And if we give you the ready meal, then you won't be independent. Then you will not be financially independent, investment-driven people if we don't teach you how to do it. We want to expand, and we want to have highly literate, investment literate people in our community, because if we have lots of illiterate investors, this is going to be quite a serious problem for any company, including ours. And in our company, we would like to have literate investors. Secondly, when people ask Armand, or will people ask Mila and many top leaders of our company and say, look, what are the guarantees that the company will pay every time for new people? So what's the good, what helps them make the decision? That's the guarantees. And Arman and Mila, who have their own investment portfolio, say, what's the most valuable thing is, yes, I earned some money here. I have company assets. So when we promoted, helped the innovative transportation technologies, I have that company stocks. I have CryptoUnit token points, which are now we will shortly become tokens. But in addition to that, I have my own investment portfolio, which yields me a certain income. What's most valuable here is, though, no matter what happens, I already have my own assets. This is what's most important here. And one more thing, I would like you to understand why I'm sharing that knowledge with you. And I want you to receive that knowledge and put it into practice on your own. Because if something happens, God forbid, with our company, like, I don't know, like some major crisis, the internet will go down, I don't know, the economy will be in major decline, everything will be in ruins. If you have the investment knowledge, all of us and our company with lots of professionals on board, we will very quickly take the market back. Very quickly. And if I'm doing it alone with other 100 people, that's one result. But imagine if we are 1 billion people and all of those 1 billion people know how to preserve and multiply money. And if the market falls anywhere in the world, and crisis can hit at any time, especially when there are indicators of economic growth, because money will not go anywhere. And the economy is like connecting vessels. So when the money comes from one economic condition, into other economic condition, and if there is some kind of collapse happens, and we have two major instruments where we can take the entire market in a very short period of time, in 1 year and a half. First, we have the multi-level business, thanks to which we can always earn more. And secondly, when the market falls, everything is going to be cheap. And we, people who can make money, we can buy it off very quickly because we produce money. We generate money. Our main rule, life rule, what they say, Russian saying, do not have 100 rubles, but have 100 friends. And this is a time-proven philosophy. Even if you have 1 billion, the bank can freeze your account, and it will take them 100 years to identify the source of your revenue, of your money. Now they have been preparing Basel III, and there will be a Basel IV. The Swiss
financiers are preparing it. Basel III related to many affected many companies, while Basel IV will make every individual prove the cleanliness, purity of their money, the origin of their money. It's gonna be some black times in the financial sector. People earn money, and then you have to earn that this money was earned in a legal way. That's why they want to legalize cryptocurrency, because in cryptocurrency it will be easier to track the source of the money. So imagine that the collapse happens and we have 1 billion people on board. We can generate money, and second, we can buy stuff at a very cheap price and faster than the major financial players. So it like costs $10 and we're 1 billion, it will be $10 billion. Just a simple example. So I want you convinced of the following: just learn it, look into it. If you're living in the world of money, and we do, you need to know the fundamentals of investing and understand the financing. And we are living in the world of finance, in the world of money. So let's move on. I was just answering the question. So also the next is a referral entrepreneurship. It happened appeared in 2013, 2014. It's an opportunity to earn money as a bonus for inviting friends. The basic principle is win-win. Both sides get benefit. Pros: it is a possibility to work remotely, and it is not like no cost. Which has a cost. The cons here is that its profit on referral programs can become professional and high income only with constant training and expansion of the customer base. And sometimes people can also live in different corners of the world. You can live in Bali, in Vietnam, Thailand. Some people decided to live in Arab Emirates, because if you earn $500,000, you can live wherever you want. There is a very interesting video which was popular in 1970s. Can we put up this trailer here? Nikolai, did you download the trailer? It's a 1-minute trailer of that movie, or we didn't download it, guys. Technical stuff. Let's take a look at it, okay? So we will see what happens when that person grows. Steve Jobs.
Терминал для связи с другими компьютерами и доступом ко всей информации.
We're gonna have access to different PCs and technologies. It's gonna be you will have all the information about your banking accounts. You will have all the information from your
большой экран, как у телевизора.
Everyday life. You will have a big screen. You will have a compact computer that will be an easy tool to receive all the information that you need, and it will be a part of your everyday life, of your daily life. And our entire life is going to be built around computers. It will become a part of us all, and every businessman will use that machine and will be able, using that machine, to work remotely. And it is great. We will not be tied to any specific spot. You can live wherever you want. You can live at the seaside. You can live in a small village in the mountainside. That's what this machine offers us. So this is like an old movie going back to 1970s or 1980s. I don't remember. But in 2001, indeed, we all had computers, and now we have smartphones, which are even better than the computer that we used to have in early 2000s. We have 2 or 3. Some of us have 2 or 3 smartphones, and it helps us solve a lot of problems. Of course, it does create certain dependence on it, and there are some theories that someone wants us to be really dependent on certain technologies in order to disarm humanity, to make humans like slaves and like biological matter depending on, I don't know, the banking sector, for example, because here we have all the information about us, and at any moment you can be disconnected. And in many European countries, they put chips inside their bodies with all their information. It's like chipization of society. On the one hand, progress is good, but on the other hand, there are some downsides to it. So our new economic evolution of the world program offers lots of promises to, and will help avoid what those financial emperors would like to happen. Because we're talking about global portfolio, global development, but we're also talking about the global popular development of the masses, when people will become independent in their decision making, and their decisions that they take will be about becoming independent and giving the power back to people. Fourth, MLM entrepreneurship. It appeared in the middle of the 20th century with the appearance of Amway company, and they become the pioneers in that area. Although Vitamins of California back in 1929 was before them, then I don't remember, there was another company in 1930, and then in 1959 two entrepreneurs set up Amway, and it was Nutrilife, yep, and they become part of Amway. So there are a lot of upsides here. I started working in MLM entrepreneurship with food products for health and beauty in 1998, and it was a good opportunity to make big money even with small investments. The average investment you need to make is $1,000. You invest that money to become a millionaire. Any person can learn the techniques and become a top manager in the company, MLM company. And what's specific here is that you always have a mentor, and then you're independent from internal factors and laws of the country. It doesn't matter what's the buying capacity of the country is, of people. It doesn't matter what the economic situation is in the country. Thanks to the multi-level marketing, you can always, and there are two important factors here. First, you can always have income, quite high income in the multi-level marketing system, payment system. And second, the company that uses MLM entrepreneurship technology, MLM business, it's a company that will always be on top, will always float. Fourth, it's free business without reference to the office. And multi-level business became a real chance for an average human being to get off the rat race, to get away from that rat race and become finally independent. I personally worked in many MLM companies, 3 of them. The first company, and in some companies, you need to always confirm your status. That's the first downside, because if you do not confirm your status, then you cannot grow or receive the same fee. Second, when you reach a certain status, the highest status in the company, you cannot go higher. There is this ceiling to the growth. That's why I left companies, all those companies, because I grew personally faster than the company grew. So their opportunities were not relevant for me anymore. So I had to move on, because when you receive big results, you realize that the owner of the business does not his philosophy does not match your philosophy, and his values are not your values. They might be inferior, and sometimes they even fire you. Although there is no such notion in MLM business as being dismissed, but sometimes you wake up and you receive that you are cut, and you find out that you are cut off from the company, you don't receive the check anymore. And now when we move to the blockchain, it will be a blockchain tailored to MLM entrepreneurship, tailored to MLM business. We create our own token. First, sooner or later, in our ranks, we will have top leaders that would like to have their own business opened. So we will teach them, show them, and will enable them through blockchain technologies to open up their own business, and we will receive profit from it as well. It is collaboration that will make our business stronger, and we will be interested in people becoming more independent. Yes, why shouldn't you become independent? Why shouldn't you open your own company? If you have your own vision, if you have your own capacity, huge potential, if you have a big network, why not? And then we will give that person a package of services, starting from the technological, economic, and legal packages. Third, among the cons in MLM entrepreneurship, risk of losing a job when studying the science of investing. Well, yes, I'm familiar with that situation. When you start teaching people or learning investment, of course, there are different investment areas. And then if the company owner, company CEO sees that you are teaching other people investing, and they bring their money, take their money into that investment proposals, invest instead of taking it into their own company, then such an employee can be dismissed by the CEO. And the last con is the inability to multiply earned funds. So there is a similar situation in my history when I was working for that company for half a year, and then I decided to give it all up. And although I had an income of $50,000 as a check, plus I had a representational income as well, I had a warehouse of food products. It gave me around $30,000 to $100,000, and then I left that company because although I could solve my problem by just sitting down and having some strong drinks with the CEO, but I realized that I cannot continue working in that company if I want to preserve my respect for myself. And what we're doing today, building new economic evolution in the world, is some of the things that I came up with, that's what I would like to build. But unfortunately, all the previous companies, they didn't want to do it. They all talked about it, but never built it. And new economic evolution of the world is the result of all the speeches and goals that I heard from different CEOs of different MLM companies that they were dreaming about, but never did it. And that's what we are doing in our company, building the new economic of the world. And another important thing in the MLM business, in my previous food product business, the price of the product is so exaggerated, overestimated, and people saying that we're working in crowd investing without having a tangible product, that we're working with blockchain products or investment products, and that we're selling airs while they have a tangible product. Now listen to me carefully, those of you who do our business, when you have such criticism. And I'm going to give you some strong arguments, since I was an owner, one of the owners in quite a serious company, which was opened with some of our leaders. One of the top products that I ordered from New York, there is a plant called Bactolac Pharmaceutics. You can Google it up. It's called Bactolac Pharmaceuticals. And you can find, it's a very solid plant. They have everything, GAP, etc. So one of their strong products, it was sold immediately to all the pharmacies. Doctors loved working with that product. It's orbitoxin. It's like absorbent. It cleans your stomach, etc. It's like a top shelf product. And it was a top product in MLM network. The price, the cost of production together with the vial was $3.60. When it was delivered to the country, add $1 more, plus the customs clearance and importation. Then I started importing in containers. So it's 1.60 cents to $1. So it becomes $4.60. So that product was sold in the network at $15, $17.50. Because it included warehousing, 20% or 25%. The in retail sale, it was $35. But the cost of production with custom clearance was $4, and it was sold to clients at $35. Can you see the difference? And when the multi-level entrepreneurs, businessmen, leaders tell me, and all others, that we have a doubtful company resembling a pyramid, I tell them, out of 100% of money, 40% of our money go into assets. and let's see your product. That your product with the cost of production of $4, $5 tops, you sell it at $15 in the network. So what is the markup here? It's an incredible markup surplus. In pharmacies, they use a lower markup. And I can break down any product for you like this. So if we wanted to go into cosmetology, cosmetics, we wanted to order violet vials, bottles from China with golden inscriptions, very expensive package. And so I got in touch with a very high-tech company and told them and asked them, can we do cosmetics like this? And they told me we can make it better, because it's not expensive yet. It was like I thought $1,500 for 30 grams. And I told them about these cosmetics products, and they told me it's too expensive. We can make it cheaper. But I told them, well, we would like to have it anyways. And now listen to me carefully. This is an elite class cosmetics, 50 grams like this with the bottle. So look, a bottle, a 50-gram bottle, 50 milligram bottle. So it does not even touch your skin. You do not even have to touch it with your hands. There is like a ball there inside. So the bottle would cost $2.50, like $3 the cream itself. Then it's like big boxes for delivery. Then $1 more. So my question for you: the cream itself that would be put in that bottle, in that vial, what would be the price of the cream itself? The bottle costs $2.50, $3.50 the package, very classy looking package, elite level package. Margarita says 50 cents. The cream would be $50, 50 cents would be the cost of the cream inside. $1, $3. So put it down. $1.7. That would be the cost of production of the cream itself, the creme. And the bottle costs more. The bottle costs $2.50 with the $3.50 package. So can you imagine the markup here? So when multi-level marketing companies say that we are a pyramid and we sell air, their product has a markup of 1,000%. We wanted to launch a similar product in our network at $50, and it would sell at $100 in retail, and in retail shops it would be $150, but we didn't do it eventually. So I told them, guys, I'm an investor. I want to make a business. I'm going into the investment. I don't want to have anything to do with it. And I closed down that company. But the question is here, guys.
Well, so I receive a lot of information about cosmetics, about beds. I know a lot of examples of goods from US, India, Europe, a lot of them. I don't know any from China, but in India, I know perfumes. We can actually launch them even tomorrow. And for you to understand, perfume Hugo Boss, for instance, its maximum price is $1.52. The bottle and the package even cost more than the product itself. The reason I'm saying this is that quite often I'm said, Andrey, let's invest into some medicines, cancer medicines. Please send me the composition. And when I read this composition, the ingredients, I start laughing, dear friends. Why? Because I know a lot of producers with whom we can produce gels. But actually we can use this product and don't sell it in the network because it will be quite expensive. Well, my strategy is different. In order to have 1 million active users, we need 4-5 registered users. As soon as we have 1 million active users, we will survey all of you and ask, what do you want? We can do this, that, this. In order to do this, we need this, that, and that. And before the product is supplied and before the production is launched, for instance, we can contact Samsung, Apple, not Samsung, but Huawei in China, and can produce any smartphone we can. By the way, there is even a phone with mining, with para-mining. There is a term mining, and there is a term sub-mining, like mini mining. So we can actually attach it to the smartphone. It's not a problem. But when today I receive proposals to engage in such businesses, how many clients will we get out of this? 10,000, 20,000? You know, this number is not large, but as soon as we have 1 million active users, and when these 1 million active users say, yes, we do want to produce beauty products or some nutrition products, so then we can order in the US, for example. The technology is the most important thing, because and the production could be arranged anyway, because the producers for similar products are the same. Our prices will be twice lower, and the investment profits based on entrepreneurship income, but not MLM entrepreneurship. So this business started when there was a deficit for a lot of products, and actually there are a lot of similar products you can buy from pharmacies at cheaper prices. And in pharmacies, their ingredients are mostly natural, not chemical ingredients. But there are some companies, I do still use the products offered by some of these companies you can see on the screen. So I buy them from these companies. Another one, internet entrepreneurship, started in 2003 and is gaining speed in growth every day. This segment includes freelancers, copywriters, bloggers, programmers, etc. You will learn secrets of an entrepreneur who has created a network. Well, so the secret of the entrepreneur who created an internet network composed of over 300,000 people in the internet, you will learn it from the marathon 260, because Armand Murnieks actually met this guy when last year we attended one of the events annually held in Las Vegas, and Armand Murnieks visited and he invited that guy, and actually he will be pleased to speak and talk to you how, without leaving his home, he managed to create a network of over 250,000 people. In addition, you can get additional income, you can share your knowledge with others, you can set up the automatic system of sales, and you can make huge monies. Cons: person is left to himself, lack of team and support. If they are not MLM entrepreneurs, the inability to multiply earned funding, and lack of financial literacy. As a result, potential to lose your money earned. And actually, I know some entrepreneurs that in due time earned millions of US dollars, and now they're bankrupt. Why? Because they're not friends with the money. So trading entrepreneurship started from 2011, when through the market you can actually trade in any markets in US, UK, Russia, in Chinese, in India. There are such opportunities. Forex covered the whole globe. I also received these trainings. I traded myself, and I also have courses in trading, and they are unique. You get access to global platforms. You can stay at home and make money. So the minimum investments, you can become a referral, you can invite people, you can effect some transactions, you receive a commission, and you reinvested. A lot of free training schools, a lot of people actually, they made huge money, but then they lost them. So there are huge cons. 99% of traders lose the income because of their misconduct and greed. Person is left to himself, lack of team and support. Afterwards it followed up, but generally a person is alone. The third con is lack of financial literacy training. Yes, it is available, but well, you know, everyone who promises something to trading they are not interested in making people financially literate. They are not interested in making a person trader, in him making a lot of transactions. The more transactions they have and the more they are trained, the higher the commission is to be paid. It's great actually, because when I traded myself and then I trained a person who actually invited me, a broker, and he said, we met in Moscow, the Academy of Master Forex. Actually, I met him there, and he said, well, you are Andrey Khovratov. I made so much money on you. You effect so many transactions. So many people from your academy come to us. You are great and nice guys. I made my fortune on you. But actually, I thought that he was not the only one who made a fortune on me. But nonetheless, he learned from me a lot. And the fourth thing is the ethical part of the issue. When a person enters this money, he needs to understand when he makes money, others lose. When you operate in the speculation market, you need to understand that your earning of 1 million US dollars is losses of 10 million of others. So you will make 1 million, whereas all the others brokers will earn another 9 million. Well, another segment is infobusiness. When I joined this sector, I started to share my knowledge in investment, and I received a lot of referrals and internet entrepreneurs who promoted my courses. Some people acted as my volunteers. They told me how many people I need to bring you in order to learn from you. And I had such people who brought 4 people of 1,000 each, and they also visited or received the most expensive courses offered. And infobusiness is based on the sale of information, certain knowledge, for instance, how to bake a cook, how to make a website. Do you remember my kid watched a cartoon about Masha? But actually, afterwards, I learned that there is a similar person delivering specialized either girls or boys courses. And then I realized that they have some assistants. So her brand, under this Masha brand, there are people promoting their businesses. And actually, I'm sure she became an info businessman who created internet business. So there are some pros: small budget for starting a business, not big investment in time and effort to create business. Actually, I invested $300 to the website, then to the website of the academy, then another 2,000 to promote it. And 1.5 years after, starting from September 2011 to mid-2013, I earned 1 million euro because of my knowledge, my efforts, my hard work, and what I did. Well, the next pro, you can start a business while retaining your employment, no risk of business loss, and you create your own brand. To create a product, you need the minimum amount of technical knowledge and skills. Yes, you need how to promote. I took some courses, Google AdWords, Yandex Direct. I took some courses on YouTube. I studied myself how to promote my website. Then I received some aids, some assistants. The first assistant of mine is Igor Korsun, our IT director, followed up by Igor Romanenko and other guys. And these are my assistants in marketing. Those outsourced guys who promoted my business. There were people working in the call center. So this way, by 2014, the academy had almost 70,000 people, where 10% of them, 7,000 people, are those making high checks. And altogether, in total, the Academy of Private Investor from 2011 to 2014 provided training to over 150,000. But starting from 2014 to March 2019, altogether 550,000, and now 1,150,000 people. So this is info business and what it is about, and I will encourage everyone. Actually, every person can select his own niche, become an expert in this segment, and after becoming an info businessman and sharing some knowledge, some people say, I'm not an expert yet. I may not invite others, but each has some values you can share with. For instance, I had one acquaintances, and 3 years I was stalking him. Dima, you are a bodybuilder and you have very fancy body. You can actually train people through the internet how to keep fit. He says, no, you cannot do it on the internet. But in 2017, I received a message from him, Andrey, you was right, because I opened a website and now I train people in bodybuilding through a website. So it took some almost 6 years to realize this potential. And he received a lot of people as his clients, and sharing his knowledge, his skills, to some extent he can act as a referral and get additional income. It's quite normal today that people develop as info businessmen. They make their own network of people or followers, a network of followers who promote his business, his activities after getting the results. So they will also join. So the cons of info business, it takes time to create your information product. In order to get significant results, you need to organize marketing. In 2011, there was a wave with no tough competition, but today competition in this sector, in this industry, is very tough. MLCI entrepreneurship. Well, this sector has only pros without cons. So let's write down, because there was a question from someone who is short of money. Well, valuable knowledge on financial and investment literacy you get free. Every Saturday, I make these webinars free, and you get this knowledge as a gift. Afterwards, as soon as it is packaged, it will cost $300 US. Secondly, an opportunity to practice your knowledge. As soon as you make a payment for a paid course, you get practical skills. If you are not trained in skills, you'd better not pay for these courses. You can go and play the genius of finance and learn this or practice this knowledge and skills. The third point is development of investment and business thinking, personal growth and transformation of consciousness. And particularly it applies to those people who, from the 2nd of February, this is the sacred date, the 2nd of February 2020, you will have a huge growth of your business. Another pro is variety of business and investment areas. In CryptoUnit program and NEEW community, you can find a lot of opportunities. Another point, opportunity to build a network and earn here and now. We are not an MLM company. When we are asked, what is the entry payment? There is no entry payment. There is no entry fee. You are registered, you receive a referral client, it gets registered, and you earn something. Moreover, when people join us and register in the CryptoUnit program, they get 150 tokens as a gift. It is a gift given to them. Point 5, opportunity to build a network and earn here. Point 6, create passive income with minimum investments. If you start making investments, you immediately get some income. And by the 1st of February, moreover, if you join us and register in the closed club of the CryptoUnit, you receive 150 points for tokens, and for which under the loyalty program you will have some accumulations. So an opportunity to move to a financial flow of the rich people. Point 9, mining opportunities as an additional source of income when there is blockchain. And point 10, participation in the most trendy and promising projects, which is not possible for even for some investment companies. We can do it. So we can do it, and we enjoy this opportunity. And we actually pretend to be viewed as pioneers like Amway in the MLM business. Our company wants to become the first in the MLCI business. Well, and the basics of the investment development, it needs the appropriate, the relevant philosophy of your investment development. This is the key goal. You need to work on yourself. I have 2 amazing courses you can find in your back office. The first one is called 8 Rules of a Private Investor, and the second course is called 8 Basic Principles of Your Success. And the reason why philosophy plays a key role and formula of destiny, actually, we will talk about this. Well, many times I noticed that the same person, there are people who have the same instrument, but one person can make money on this instrument, whereas the other makes losses. When I analyze this, well, they invest in the same instrument at the same time. For instance, stock market. And when the market declines, one person exits the market, whereas the other is simply watching, observing, because there is a normal diversified portfolio. And no matter which trends the market faces, so first of all, it may go up, then it goes down. And in 2008, some people in panic, they exit the market. So they saved some coins, but should they haven't come from the market, exit the market, then in 2011, instead of 1 million, they would have 3 million. And dear friends, please write down philosophy, your personal philosophy, your personal thoughts develops some actions or result in some actions, and your actions result in your destiny. You can become a master of your destiny, or otherwise you will be influenced by others. Well, look what a personal philosophy is. 2 areas: philosophy of a successful person and a philosophy of a loser. A philosophy of a loser, you receive some information about our business, for instance. So the first idea is, I don't believe it, so you are cheating. Which actions did he take? Nothing, actually. The same habits he had before. The result is the same. And what is his destiny? The destiny remains the same. A philosophy of a successful guy, when he receives some information, some idea, so actually he immediately decides to analyze it in detail. Yes, it includes some risk, but there are some benefits. I need to learn more. So learning or analysis is the actions, and the decision, I need to do something I didn't do before. A list of contacts, some phone calls, to do something I haven't done before. Be developed, or to develop in your investments, to go to a bank or study some instruments the banks offers. And afterwards, you have some habits to study financial instruments, visit some lectures, and eventually you get a result of preservation and multiplication of your income. But how is it different from a philosophy of a loser? Well, a loser will say, banks cheat people, I'd better not go there. Well, and sometimes it happens that successful people may become losers, and vice versa. So they say, what should I do? I want to get beyond this situation. I'm unlucky guy. And immediately he gets some information
And then after receiving that information, that person will say, I want to change my life. That's when the thought is born. And they will say, look, I don't have enough information. Let me look into it. I will go to the bank and ask them. I will ask about the stock market. I never did it before, but I will do it now. And they start digging. They start looking into it. Things they never learned about before. They start doing new things. They start doing their homework. They are developing new habits, like keeping the table of income and expenditures. They try to fill in their investment portfolio. She or he fails, but they try it again. They attend webinars. Eventually, they receive their income. They put aside 10%. They start investing. And with the time, they become successful and rich. How can a successful person become a loser? They're successful in life. Everything went well for them. Maybe he caught the wave of hype. For example, they joined info business in 2011, 2012, earned millions. He is such a cool person. And they tell him, look, in order to preserve and multiply your millions, you need to learn about investing. And they will say, oh, this is crap. I don't need it. I made 2 million in 1 year. So he's not ready to receive information, and he has this incredulous approach and attitude to everything. They're saying like, no, this is not the way to do it, and he keeps doing what he was doing before. Those people do not understand that you need to adapt. And then those results brought him to the result that he started from. And gradually, their success starts declining because world has changed and those people didn't. That's why I created the course called, it will be an updated course. It will be in your back office, and it's called How to Be Successful Always. How to become successful when you used to be successful or want to become successful. Because success is not reach the top. It's about going up and down, but be always on the lookout and be able to adapt to changes. Sometimes you will experience decline, but then you will rise again. That's the path to success. And this is one of the tasks of any person. Goal is to become the master of their own life and to tame your life and to make your life fit your philosophy. Through thought, you can take actions. So my question to you, are you ready to become masters of your own life? If you are, write it down. Yes, I am. I am ready to be the master of my life. If you want to be successful, write it. Yes, I want to be successful always. Then remember the formula of destiny. Let's move on. The investment portfolios and their kinds and their variety. Some of you said that you were afraid to invest in high risk projects. There are different types of portfolios. There are guaranteed portfolios, segments, and there are high risk segments. So a guaranteed investment segment is the project that will ensure that you will preserve your capital, and maybe you will make a profit out of it. Low risk projects or segments. Oh, okay, what's a guaranteed segment? Let's discuss it. A guaranteed segment in investing. Tell me your opinion. What instruments can be considered as guaranteed? Mutual funds. Not always, dear friends. Mutual funds. Mutual funds are more about low risks. Someone says banks, insurance, bonds. Yes, state bonds, governmental bonds, and bank deposits. Some of you say, well, not that guaranteed actually. But state bonds, governmental bonds, are considered to be a guaranteed segment, and deposits. Well, gold, physical gold, tangible gold, yes, it is guaranteed that it will not go anywhere. And physical gold, yes, if you bought it and you keep it either in a bank safe or you can keep it somewhere else in a more secure spot. Okay, we lost some. Oh, we lost the audio. I cannot hear the speaker. Okay, there is no sound. I'm waiting for the sound to come back. Guys, yeah, you can hear me well, but we cannot hear the speakers, we the translators, and it seems like I'm not the only one having this problem. We will ask Andrey to start from square one, okay, when the sound is back on. So the last topic here was the low. It was, yeah, the guaranteed segments, right? The state bond, governmental bonds, bank deposits, and tangible physical gold. Okay. Just give me a second. Give us a second. Guys, the technician, did you see that the technician
connected, and he told Andrey that he needs to stop. And I asked him in the chat to start to resume at the guaranteed segment, because that's where we were interrupted. Okay. Yeah, you can hear me, but I'm not. I'm not the speaker. I'm the translator. Yeah, we're still waiting for the connection to be back up. We have the audio in the English room, but not in. Okay, Italians are ready as well, I see. Okay, so what kind of not about when you assess your instrument, you should not only assess by the level of their risk, like guaranteed, low risk, medium, or high risk. You should always also assess investment instruments and segments in terms of their liquidity. Okay, now finally the technician told Andrey to go back to the guaranteed segment. So guaranteed segment means that you will have 100% guarantee of your investments. It might not yield you an income, but you will not lose that money. Low risk means that it is a 15% chance of you losing your money. Medium risk, it's up to 50%, and high risk, it's a almost 100%, up to 100% risk of your losing your capital. So your portfolio can be conservative, moderate, or aggressive, depending on what share each segment takes. So in a moderate, for example, in the conservative portfolio, losses can account for 15%. In the moderate, it can be 30, 40%, or in aggressive, it can be 30, 40%. In a moderate percent, it can be 30%. Again, scratch that. In a moderate portfolio, losses can be 30%, and 70% are the chance of your making a profit. In an aggressive portfolio, your losses can account up to 70%, but the return can be 200, 300% on your investment. So when you make your investment portfolio and there is a classification, I send you the sample of an investment portfolio, there are risks there that you need to assess. So you need to assess every tool, every instrument in terms of their risk level. It can be guaranteed, or it can be abbreviated to GRT, which stands for guaranteed. It can be low risk. It can be LR, yeah, or medium risk, MR, or it can be high risk, HR, just for your convenience of filling in the table, okay? When in our portfolio we choose instruments, we need to assess them by liquidity as well. It's non-liquid, low liquidity, medium liquidity, high liquidity. Non-liquid is something you cannot sell. Usually non-liquid instruments are high yield instruments, high return instruments. For example, if it's a venture market with a non-liquid instrument, when you invest, it can be non-liquid for 5 years. In some companies, it can be non-liquid for 10 years. But when they enter the market, it takes off. It's an insane income. Let me give you a simple example with the company called, what's its name? Alibaba.
So employees received salaries in stocks, in shares, and those shares were not liquid. There was a story that when the financial director came to the John Ma and said, John, I have so many shares, my salary is so low, when finally you enter the market? And he said, be patient. 5 years later, he told her again, be patient, you'll be rich. And when 18 years later, I think it was 18, they entered the stock market, the financial director became multi-millionaire thanks to the stocks of Alibaba company. So venture investing can have non-liquid instruments in the form of shares, but with high return. There are low liquidity instruments as well. You could sell them, find clients to sell them to, but it's a low liquid product. For example, a building, real estate under construction, when they are still at the stage of foundation, or even they could put up the envelope, yeah, already, but the stores, but they don't have the documentation. It's still low liquidity. Medium liquidity instruments, let's say CryptoUnit token points. When we move to our blockchain and when the deblocking occurs, it will be low liquidity yet, because we'll have the complete deblocking will take 35 months. It's the accrue tokens which you received for purchasing EIPs, while the tokens you received as a bonus will be deblocked 1.5 years later. Okay, so that's why at the moment they are considered as low liquidity, the CRU token points. It's also real estate under construction, or apartments, or a villa. It's a low liquidity. You could sell it, but it could take you a long time. Medium liquidity instruments, it's instruments that you can sell within half a year, and high liquidity, it's instruments that you could sell in 1 week or 1 month tops. So when you're making your portfolio, please take this into account as well. So the columns that we have in our portfolio at the moment, could you please put me the link to the portfolio again? I would like to share my screen and show it to our students. I wanted to include it to be included into our course. Could you please share this link again? Okay, and guys, I will do the same for your convenience as well. Here you go. Okay, and in English as well. So you might have it in Russian. So maybe there is an English version of it as well. Okay, you see, the second link is to the link to the English version of the investment portfolio. So I'm going to share my screen with you. Okay, here it is. And here we go. Can you see the table, the spreadsheet? Nikolai, if you can't see it, could you please tell me so? So you can see this, the amount of investment, 12 months. Last time we discussed it here, you divided by sectors, instruments. And this is the return on investment, risks, and liquidity. In risks, when you choose an instrument, and that is your homework, to assess those instruments by their level of risk, guaranteed, low risk, high risk, medium risk, liquidity level, degree, liquid, low liquid, liquid or high liquid. Return on investment, or it can be profitability in the English version. It should be like low return, medium return, high return, and in the column of capitalization, you need to take into account capitalization as well. And then we have reliability, perspective, and protection, degree of protection. So I'm turning off my screen sharing, and in terms of return on investment, you need, or profitability, as it says on the slide. For example, a bank deposit in 5 years can yield you a 50% return if you allocate it correctly, either across deposits or governmental bonds. And there are governmental bonds that can be traded as well. Then insurance funds and life insurance can also give you a 50% return in 5 years. Stock markets, currency markets, up to 300 to from 300 to 1,000. The cryptocurrency and crypto market from 300 to 1,000. Real estate. Well, as far as the Bitcoin is concerned, it's higher. As far as our CryptoUnit is concerned, we want to have it cost $1. That's our goal in October. And those who entered stage 1, Stefan, follow the second link. It should be in English, okay? So we have investment companies, high risk investment companies, HIIP funds, cryptocurrencies. They can yield from 100% to 1,000%. MLCI, multi-level crowdfunding, up to 5,000. Then equity participation, it can depend whether it's the equity participation in already expanding business. It can be up to 5,000%. Equity participation in startups can be up to 10,000%, and venture investing in 5 years can yield you up to 1 million%. So, dear friends, you will have to assess your investment instruments by degree of their profitability, return on investment across 1 year. So when you look into your portfolio, I would like you to ask me questions regarding your portfolio as well. And well, dreams are the basis of foundation of investment success. Could you please put up this video for our students in all languages? It should be available. Friends, could you please give me a plus if the video is in English or in Russian, because I don't know whether I have to translate it or not.
Listen, friend,
Okay, it's in English.
I want to ask you something. I want to ask you what we normally forget, but it is very important. I suppose it is the most important thing you can hear from me right now. So listen carefully. Here's what I wanted to ask you to do. Dream. Dream like a child, sincerely, with an open heart. Dream as if nobody has ever said this awful phrase to you. Dreams don't come true. That's a lie. Your dreams will come true if they are yours. If you believe. If you act. Dream. Dreams inspire, dreams motivate and move to act. Dreams make you get out of bed and fill you with energy. Dreams make you happier, as you cannot dream about something bad. Dreams give you wings. Dream. The dream is your vector. A dream with faith and movement towards is a goal, and the goal is certain. It gives direction. Without a dream, you are blind. You do not know where to go. You are a flugel spinning in place, a splinter carried by the turbulent flow of life wherever it pleases. Be a ship, dream. Live consciously, live a full life, dream. It is dreams that fill our lives with meaning. Don't exist. Live, I beg you. We did not come into this world to just work, exist, to fight for our place under the sun. We came to dream, and thereby create. Dream. Don't look back. Dream about your own, not what you are told. However small your dream is, it is yours. Make it come true and dream about something else that is important to you. Dream after dream, dream after dream. This is life. Do you understand? This is what life is about. Dream, I beg you, otherwise others will dream for you, but then you will not live your life, but theirs, and you will make the dreams of others come true, not yours. Do you want this? Is this what you live for? Is this what you dream about when you were little, when you loved and knew how to do it? Listen, friend, stop. Don't run. You won't make it on time without a dream anyway. For you don't know where to run. Don't waste your time. Don't waste time at all. It is most important thing you have. I never understood how you could kill time. Stop. Remember what you dreamed about, as you did dream sometime. Dreamed that you would grow up, become successful, someone important, significant. Would become a scientist, artist, doctor, sportsman, cosmonaut. You dreamed about traveling the whole world, discovering new things, creating a masterpiece, leave a memory of yourself. Or simply, without knowing how, but dreamed that you would definitely be happy. And then, for some reason, you stopped, grew up. This world was created by dreamers, madmen. Nobody believed in their dreams. Who were told, hey, this is impossible, stop it, silly, do something serious. Everything great that we appreciate, use, take selfies in front of, was once someone's dreams, someone's impossible fantasy, someone's goal and faith. Dream friend, wherever you may be, whoever you might have become. It is never too late to make your dream come true. Think, what would you be doing right now if you were not surviving? What do you truly want? Ask yourself. People were made to discover and create. You can't want anything, not strive towards anything. It is unnatural, abnormal. Do you understand? Now is the high time to start. Not yesterday, not tomorrow, not from Monday. Now! Start dreaming. Dream big and dream small. See yourself and the world the way you like it. Create it in your fantasies, your mind first. Draw your masterpiece. Dream, believe, act and never give up. Never, you hear me, never give up and never betray your dream. I believe in you, friend. And you should too. Start dreaming.
Да, дорогие друзья, мечтать и действовать, да? Это самый важный момент.
Yes, dear friends, act and dream. This is what is most important here. Could we please put on my music here, and you take a piece of paper and a pen and put down your most cherished dream for this year. We all have them that you would like to see come true this year. I will give you 1 minute to write down your dream, most cherished, most desired dream, while they will put up some music for us. And start writing down your dream for this year.
I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. I had to fall to lose it all. In the end, it doesn't even matter.
Guys, on a piece of paper, take a pen, piece of paper, and put it down there, and Andrey is doing. Okay?
I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. I had to fall to lose it all, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. I tried so hard and got.
Ну что, дорогие друзья, записали, да?
Okay, guys, now we're moving on to new part 4, and there are two ways to finance a business. You can either always ask for money from banking cartels and always be in debt, or you can use public investing and crowd investing, give people the opportunity to finance their projects. And we're not talking about the consumers itself, just like people who consume, but a community that supports know-how, consumer community that support know-how. They help in the development of know-how, and also they have enable those projects companies to develop in the financial terms, in financial ways. And it can be not only the financial development, but the development of a personality, to become a progressive person, to understand how to become the master of your own life, which we talked about, to understand the rules of wealth. And we have this philosophy called like wealth in Russian language. The word wealth contains the word God in it. So you need to, it's just like to show you that wealth is divine, and to more, and then you need also to bring benefit to people, because the more people you help, the more benefits you bring to people, the more benefits will be brought back to you, and the more utility you bring into the development of society, the more you receive back. Like, let me give you a simple example. Steve Jobs created a personal computer, and the competitor of Steve Jobs, who then, like Bill Gates, who supposedly stole some of his technologies as well, those people brought their technologies into almost every house. And if tomorrow we have the developers of alternative technologies like Tesla, electricity, and if everyone is able to install some kind of a machine or device in their own houses, and we won't need cables, we won't be dependent on power supply systems and plants which always crash down during major storms and hurricanes, then of course it will help the society grow and develop. And our priority is to bring benefit to society, to people. And if some community, society accepts blockchain as their way of part of life, and they further improve that blockchain, it becomes better. We're not talking about being competitive here, but further improvement. And then third component is the progressive progressive thinking, is to have like the progressive thinking and learn to understand information flows. And it's also about positive thinking, because we should not be like negative and criticize people all the time, or criticize entire nations all the times. We are all citizens of the planet, of the entire planet. We are all born and raised here. We all have two eyes, two ears, mouth, and the nose. Physiologically, our blood is the same. Well, there are some blood types, but blood is the same, and our goal here is to unite our efforts into helping our Mother Earth to be prosperous in future and continue being a blue planet and not a landfill full of waste. So our goal is to love our planet and to love our neighbor, and understand that only by uniting we can become a major force, a major power. If 15% of the population unites, as is the goal of NEEW, then we can help raise any economy, and we will help the civilization develop, not by way of destruction, but by way of creation. Like so many, there are so many instances where death and destruction is brought. But for that, we need to have very strong progressive thinking and be able to understand information flows. So where we can apply it, it can be applied, the community can apply the wholesale and retail consumption, arts and culture, transportation, education, industry and production, medicine and health, in agricultural sector, in construction, in mining, in financial sector. So let's take a look at the diamond production to show you how the consumer community can participate in the production of diamonds and what kind of benefits it can receive from it. Then gold mining and production of consumer goods. That's what I'd like to talk about. So diamond production plus jewelry production. For example, if we take the diamond production that we've now entered as a CryptoUnit company, new TNG, it's called, it's former RSW investment group. So we finance, then the project is implemented. We're talking about the production of diamonds, cut diamonds, and jewelry. And people can buy jewelry and participate in making a profit. You can investment purchase of both diamonds and jewelry, and bonus for referrals, for recommendations. So estimated profitability is 100 to 500% on the product, plus crew profitability is 50%. And you can see the total profitability. There are some companies that already produce cheap jewelry, and we are going to use similar production, but instead of producing cheap jewelry from gold and silver, we are going to produce brand level products. Brand level, that like Tiffany and other similar areas. So you can buy them at a certain discount and receive a passive income simply by purchasing them and keeping them somewhere in your bank cell. So quite an interesting area. And it also offers a franchising opportunities. And another important thing about diamond production is that diamonds can be used not only in jewelry to make beautiful stones, but diamonds can be used in drilling and in space industry as well. For now, spaceships, to launch a spaceship, it kind of harms our environment, you know. And imagine that if we help develop Skyway, it's the technology of bringing harmful production out to the orbit of the country, of the planet, in order to have all the production facilities, harmful facilities there, like metal processing and chemical industry. We want to have it there in space, beyond the ozone layer. So biosphere should be for people and outer space should be for production. And then the materials can be brought back to Earth and people can consume them. And if Spaceway is implemented, there will be a huge need for diamonds. Oh, this is an example how we can do it. How we can tap into diamond production. And diamonds can also be artificially grown as well, artificially made. And the technology that we're investing in, those diamonds will not even be musonites because the pressure density is much higher than the natural diamonds. And I usually compare diamond production. And by the way, next week we are going to have a presentation of the companies that we're going to work with. That will have a Q&A section. You will be able to ask. We will be able to ask them questions and receive answers from them. So diamonds that are artificially produced, grown, they are also natural diamonds. It's very similar to a baby conceived using in vitro technology. It's like, you know, they call them like in vitro babies, but they are normal people. Some of the people that were conceived in vitro, some of them are now quite old people, and that's how it works for artificial diamonds as well. Although they are artificially grown, they are no less natural than natural diamonds. So the next area is the gold product mining and production, and it's sale. At first, this industry was available only to major oligarchs and major players, and this market is quite interesting. And with the signing of Basel III, all companies and countries that will have lots of gold in their books, on their balance, those companies will claim very solid development. For now, only states and banks have lots of gold, and even like states themselves store their gold in banks, and it's so-called gold and foreign currency reserve. So we have different interesting projects where companies make their offers to us, and within those projects we will enable people to have a share in those companies as well, like the co-owners of those shares. And the estimated income of gold mining and processing companies will be 30-45% of net profit. And when buying gold for investment accumulation or jewelry production, high profitability for the investors is obtained. And we're talking about not simply into production, but also about the mining itself. And depending on how much gold, and if more and more gold is produced, the income goes up as well. It can be up to 200-300%. Let me give you a simple example. We are now going to either find investors or invest ourselves in the gold production factory,
where there would be one amount, then based on profit up to the mining, we will expand the business fivefold, and 5 years after, actually we can generate the amount of mining which will enable us from 300 to 400 of interest rate as annual income, but it will be specified in our roadmap and actually our white paper. So you will have 150 to 200% interest rate per annum for the holders or the participants of the CryptoUnit program. And the purchase of gold for the investment accumulation or jewelry production with high return. So we say that the gold could penetrate the portfolio of each of you, and the question is, either you buy someone else gold, and this way you strengthen the profitability of this company, and the third thing is the production and retail of the daily goods or household goods, daily need goods. It may include different goods, any brands in Turkey, Italy, US, China. You can go and brand and register any brand. Shoewear is not a problem. And in case of beauty products, if tomorrow we would like to promote any brand, actually we can do it by participating in these projects. When you come to a shop, you can get a discount. That is the first thing. Then, secondly, you can get a bonus out of the sales under the loyalty program and the dividend income. And imagine, in our ecosystem, there are a number of shops which sell specific brands or clothes of high quality. And my question to all of you, will you buy from this ecosystem and use the products sold there? Similar shoes, similar clothing, because today jeans, no matter which brand they belong to, they're quite similar. But these jeans are sold in our ecosystem. Or will you buy it from a different ecosystem? Which system will you choose? The one which provides you some discounts, which provides you an opportunity to get some bonuses because of the references you provide? Definitely your answer will be from our own network. Therefore, dear friends, as soon as we have dozens of millions of people, then hundreds of millions, and then billion of people, so everyone will be willing to enter our ecosystem. And today we will start not from large volumes. Therefore, we developed in catering area, Sushi Master, and vegan restaurants are planned to be considered. Some agricultural segments are to be considered. These are the only areas, any area a person may enter, any brand, but through being the co-ownership of CryptoUnit program, so he or she can enjoy the best opportunities offered. And the global investment portfolio of CryptoUnit, you see it. So it has this distribution, the shared participation in business, education, wellness, so innovation and transport system, financial banking sector, global cryptocurrency market, global stock market, innovations, agriculture, precious metals, education development, science development, germs, blockchain technologies. These are two sectors of the investment business which we plan to enter. Today, our portfolio is not well balanced, is not right sized, and we have some segments we started from. So the support to the innovative transport technologies, we started from this, and altogether about 50 million units. Real estate, 2.27 million units. Sushi Master, 3.59. Culture, 920,000. Stock market, 2,800,000. Financial and crypto market, 4.1. IBT Basalt, 1.72 million. Shikat, 4.2 million units. Diamond production, 1.01 million units. These are our investments. But the estimate we are preparing, and we would like by late March to estimate our assets, total assets, and I believe their cost will be even higher by March. But according to our today's estimates, the evaluators, so the more or less relevant figure will be more relevant as soon as the evaluators shared their estimates. But our today's estimate, and so it is based on the exchange rate and the way we evaluate our company. Also, we have the network of 1 1,025 users, 25,000 users, there is a system of the estimation of users and active users. So we have about 475,000 holders of token points. So these are our active partners who participate in the promotion of our company. And it costs at least 1 billion. Some companies evaluate their companies at one cost, but our company's cost is 1 billion at least, and the potential, the capacity of those staff we have and the assets we generate, then the cost will be even higher, the value will be even higher. But based on those assets we have today in our portfolio, the value is 153,738,000. So the profit which we gained on all these assets is 880,000. The value of the liquid assets is 3.6 million. The profits in 9 months is 3.3 per month. And in December, the profit was quite small. There was a decline because some of the traders in our financial instruments actually followed a negative trend, a decline trend, and we had negotiations with them why they did this. Actually, there was a question why profit bonus is not paid, because the decision was made. We declared, dear friends, that the survey on the award of profit bonus should be participated by at least 70% of our active users. But not even 1,000 people participated in this survey. And because of this low income, actually, we agreed that the profit bonus will be paid as soon as the income is higher than 100,000. And the second thing, in case not more than 70% of participants casted their vote, there will be another voting on blockchain, and within the next few months they will actually vote how much will be allocated for profit bonus. Unless this voting is done, then 12% of the profit will be for profit bonus, and all the remaining part will be reinvested. And on the 1st of April, there will be, on the 1st of March, there will be a year month report, and I will see you the difference if we allocate 12% and 35% to profit bonus. And you will see all this on the 1st of April. I will prepare the slides for your attention. Well, dear friends, we are moving on. So once again, for the time being, our portfolio is not balanced, but we need to balance it as soon as possible. I will show you the percentages as we plan to have them. Like you do when you get money for investments, what you need to do, how we train, why we train to do it. So the relevant percentage should be invested in the specific instruments, not more than that. As soon as the UGPay platform is ready, I hopeful that by the 1st of October it will be fully ready and functional with the construct of a portfolio of those instruments we have. And using this construct of the portfolio, you can build up your own training portfolio, 1 million units, for instance, and you create your own portfolio. And then gradually you invest real units and you build, using real units, your portfolio, and this portfolio may generate the relevant profits. And we will train you to do this by using this technology of construct of portfolio. Again, you will have another opportunity to attract people. We are developing an app which will train a person to build up a portfolio from those instruments or products we have in our portfolio. Well, dear friends, as regards the news, we entered blockchain, and as of today, why our portfolio will be created. I want to find one link. Blockchain, and show you how the situation goes? Because when I saw it myself, I was a bit surprised the first time when overnight over 3,000 transactions affected. Then I said, my specialist, it will take us 100 years to put everything on blockchain. But actually, in February, we need to take all the efforts to write everything on blockchain. But now I see there are more transactions affected on blockchain. Where is it? A shift to blockchain. I'm looking for my file. Where is my link? Well, I'd better go to the back office. Well, I need to enter the back office. I want to show you so the reason I'm saying this, we will use proof of stake blockchain, proof of stake based blockchain, because what we now see is proof of work technology, and therefore we have so many slowdowns. I found in use in the back office, there will be a button for you to press it, and you can shift to blockchain. Actually, it will be possible. So far, we have shifted 3,369 transactions, whereas the expected amount is 465,000. You see this difference. Rania, can you hear me now well? $83,000. I want to show it to you. So I'm sharing my screen. Can you see it? Out of 80,000, the remaining part, and 83,370 transactions. Actually, we plan that each week we will update these transactions, and you can see the movement. Actually, you can't, because Andrey is not sharing the screen with us, and I don't know. We will think to make sure that by the 1st of February, all the transactions are affected, and what we have from the 15th of January up to the 1st of February, all these transactions are written down on blockchain. But nonetheless, you can see all this information in your back offices. And I congratulate you all with this, on this. So some people write to me and say, I can do it in 2 hours. Yes, you can actually open a wallet in 2 hours, but we had negotiations with Ethereum, and a person says that I can do it in another 2-3 hours. But actually you can open a wallet or account based on Ethereum in 20 minutes. But this is a transfer. We're talking about a transfer of all our records to blockchain. And we need this to understand where we are moving to and which blockchain we need. We need to realize all the pros and cons, not like before. The blockchain was offered, we would pay 500,000 and then we would move to blockchain, but only afterwards we will find out all the pros and cons. But in case Ethereum moves to proof of stakes, quite probably we will follow Ethereum with our nodes, with all this stuff. And one of the important thing actually for our users to become miners as well and validators in blockchain. And another important thing I realize clearly is that the technology we are using, but we are creating the interchange system where the blockchain is only a small part, tiny part in this interchange system. And we definitely will need to grasp people and to shape our own blockchain. It will take us about 2 years, and we will have our own specialists who will support our own blockchain and will make it new, because I'm sure that there are no such specialists who will fully understand the specificity of our technology. So actually you don't see what goes inside, but inside our blockchain there will be a lot of updates. And externally, when we work or operate on blockchain, Ethereum-based blockchain or some other blockchain, but Ethereum is the most popular, although many people may not like it, but it's quite popular because it has the largest number of users, not users, but the developers and those who write their smart contracts on it, most of all. But as soon as we have it, and when we shift to new blockchain, you will not even notice this, like today. So there will be a tick next to the need to agree with the new terms and conditions, and you simply move to a new blockchain. And the next piece of news is investment consultant course. So now you can study the details. It is advertised on the website of the Academy of Private Investor, and this course will be not in the CryptoUnit program, but in the Academy of Private Investor. Please know this. And the third important piece of news is that 150 crew to be awarded for registration by the 1st of February 2020. And the most valuable part is that this very interesting magic date, 02/02/2020, we launch the Marathon 2060. If you want to have a skyrocket growth in your not only business but in your life, you want to become a professional, a progressive person, and you want the potential clients to make a line and chase you, or you want every month double your partnership profit, you want to understand your purpose and mission, you want to develop your business on your own independently, and you would like to learn without investing a lot of time, only 2 hours actually, you can invest 2 hours but very efficiently, and within these 2 efficient hours you will get more results than wasting 8 hours. I know many people who work full-time, but their work is not efficient. They say, I am in MLM business for 10 years, and there we will talk what money means in our business or at your work. And sometimes you spend 8 hours at work, but you get less results than those who invest all their efforts and endeavors throughout 2 hours. Therefore, this course is to train people to use some tips, some actions, very progressive, efficient, to increase your profit. And one of the mottos is do as I do, and the price is 500 units, and starting from the 2nd of February, it will cost 800 units. And one of the key goals is 500 units, which give you a right to for this ticket. If you visit 55 trainings or classrooms out of 80, you will become very progressive persons. And starting from the 2nd of February 2020, I propose to everyone, not to those who will join the marathon, but make a purchase. I recommend this. So those people who on the 2nd of February will start this marathon together with us, they will have a skyrocket growth, both personal and financial. And you can see the difference. Starting from the 31st of January, it will cost 160 units instead of 1,300 units. And before, if you, Nikolai, while I'm talking, I would like to play Andrew's video. He is talking what our partners will gain from this marathon. Can you please play this video? Why this date? Well, it's magic, it's sacral. Well, imagine what will happen in another 60 days. You will never have it in your life. No, next year, no, never. Quite probably, you will be able to experience this after 1,000 years, when the year 3030, on the 3rd of March 3030, it will be over 1,000 years after. Actually, you can reburn a lot of times by that time. But my question to all of you, who put a plus if you already joined this marathon, and if you will be a part of this marathon, please a plus in the chat. Put a plus in the chat if you already joined and met the conditions. If you put a minus, I want to encourage you, think thoroughly and realize what you really want in this life, and find all the possible variants or options which will make you take this decision and join this event. Those people who already joined, I recommend them to work as hard. So out of those old comers who you would like to join the event, actually, you may say them the following. One of the key goals of all of us in this week, because there is only 1 week sharp before the event, I recommend all of you to devote all your time, all your efforts to new people. In this week, please have a lot of meetings, have a lot of presentations to the people. Present them this training. Do not present new program. On Monday, we will launch this slide, what people will get, which topics we will study, what we will study in these 80 days. So the information will be with all the details. Let a person get engaged. I do encourage all of you who already bought this right to attend this marathon. Play with your new people. And one of the key goals for the next week is to bring at least 5 newbies, new persons to this event. If you bring or attract 5 people and your people will bring another 5 people each, you will see how your business will rally starting from February. This training will be amazing, unbelievable. This is an interactive masterclass, and we will change the reality daily. You will see how you can change your reality daily. So in the morning you have one reality, but in the evening it's different. A reality which is higher, much more progressive compared to the one you had in the morning or one day before. So therefore, dear friends, please take a decision. Well, it's not from 0 to 1 million, as it is stated here, but We all understand those with large teams and smaller teams. On the 2nd of February 2020, let's imagine that our structure has 0 people. And even these people, you motivated, find new people to join this marathon. So imagine that you don't have a team, you don't have a downline. They're all your partners. We all start from scratch. So bring these people to the marathon and we all together will train them. We will train from each other. Not me will train you, but I will learn a lot from you as well. Ludmila, you get it wrongly. The training cost is 500 units and the right to the ticket and 800 units by installment by each month throughout 8 months. And altogether, the total cost is 1,300. I told you this last week. If you started from the 15th of February, it will be, the total cost will be 800. And by paying this, you get a ticket to Avanti, the right to the ticket. You get 5,000 token points. And by paying each installment, you get another 1,000. And this is 8 months installment. Therefore, dear friends, you do not simply get training and education. You get a lot of different gifts and prizes by paying this amount. You can actually withdraw it to your card and make a payment. Or if you are in TNG back office, you can make a transfer from your crew office and make a payment. Therefore, dear friends, I want to tell you one story for you to understand. One day, long ago, in the West, there was a very wise, intelligent guy.
Yeah, and he had a pupil who knew that every year a lot of people came to that wise man, and that wise man answered all their questions. And that student, that disciple, was quite ambitious, and he thought he should take his place because he also knew all the answers to all the questions. So when the day arrived, he said, finally, I'll be the wisest person on the planet because I know a question and I will ask that question to my teacher, and he will definitely not know the answer. And when the time arrived for questioning, for the student to ask his question, he went to the teacher and he had a jaybird in his hands. And he said, look, teacher, I have a jaybird in my hands, and is it dead or is it alive? And he thought, if the teacher said alive, I will crush it. And if he says dead, I will just let it go. And everyone will see that he's not the wisest man there. I will be the wisest there. So when he was looking into the eyes of his teacher and asked him his question, he said, oh, teacher, I have a jaybird in my hands. Is it dead or is it alive? And the teacher looked him back into the eyes and said, it only depends on you whether it's going to live or die. Dear friends, what I wanted to say is that it only depends on you whether everything in your life will be the way you want it or not. There is no one else in your life who can tell you that, or who told you that you should be living the life you're living right now, or nobody told you that you should be going to the work that you are going right now. There is no one who dictates the terms of your life, the conditions of your life. The only person who can affect your life and make your life better is just you. The only person who can make a decision and say, I will attend MLCI Marathon 260, or if you did it, pay for it and made the decision, then you should say, I will bring 5 more people with me. It only depends on you whether it's going to happen or not. So I would like to wish all of you very solid decision making, and I would like you to make correct decisions, and see you in 1 week. We're going to have a end of month reporting minute meeting, and on the 2nd of February we will have the start of the marathon. So you have 1 week to make your decision. All the best. Bye bye.